I remembered now. Share my screen here. All right, we know the drill. Good morning, everybody. We have our rules. Turn off any third-party devices, cell phones, TVs, anything that will distract you. Come to class on time, please. Dress appropriately. This is a classroom setting. We'll use your first name. First and last is also fine. When you enter the classroom, cameras on, audio will be on as we need. Mute your mics during the lesson to avoid any disturbing background noise. We will be respectful of each other. Participate when you have a question. Physically raise your hand, or I think I can see the little hand thingies that you guys were using last time. Do you have them? Do you see them? The little hand thingies? Let me see some if you see them. Okay, perfect. Oh yeah, I see. All right, thank you, Shiloh. All right, and when enabled, you will use the chat responsibly. I don't know that I have the chat. Do I have the chat on? Doesn't look like I do. I don't know if I do or not. Okay, then we'll have fun. You guys know your supplies. Hopefully you have them all right there, at least the ones before lunch, which is what? Research math, and cartography. We'll get that test out the way. And then our stuff for Henley and our smiles and conversation, the most important part. All right, let's get started on our Devo this morning. So we've been discussing, I believe it's 4 different subject areas. Knowledge was the first one. Does anyone remember the definition of knowledge? Grant, do you remember the definition of knowledge?
Like maybe what you know and maybe other stuff that you can grow on to have more knowledge.
Okay, very good. So to put it simple, it's really just having all the facts, right? Just having the facts. So we used the example last time of all of those facts of information that you guys have gained over all your foundation years, 350 facts each year. That's a lot of facts that you gained over a long period of time. Next was instruction. Who remembers the definition of that? Russell, can we have your camera on, please? Shiloh, you remember the definition of instruction?
I guess the rules and the way that something works.
Okay. So as it pertains to knowledge, it would be learning about the facts and how to use them. They're all connected, right? And then our very first word when we started Challenge A was wisdom. Does anyone remember the definition of that one? Tally.
Can you ask the question again? I was editing something from last week.
The definition of wisdom as it pertains to knowledge and instruction. Do you remember the definition?
I think, well, you can't have instructions without wisdom, because if you give someone instructions without wisdom, they're not very good instructions.
Right. Okay. Very good. So it basically now was applying knowledge to make choices that are pleasing to God. So we see that all of these are very much interrelated, right? You can't have one without the other. And so today we have a new word we're adding to the mix, That word is discernment. Can anybody tell me the definition of discernment? Have you guys heard that word before? Yeah, so what do you think it means? There's Eden. Where'd she go? Where are you? There you go. Good morning, Russell. Where's Eden? I know I saw her. Good morning, Kendall. Kendall, you think you could tell us what discernment means? Morning, Eden. Take a wild guess if you don't think you know. Kendall.
Deciding between things.
Okay, very good, very good. Discernment has a lot, has a lot to do with our other three terms. Let's turn in our Bibles to Hebrews 4, verse 12. Hebrews 4 and verse 12. Oh, that's loud. I'll get a reader. Eden, can you read that for me when you get to it, please?
Or what was it?
Hebrews chapter 4 and verse 12.
Okay. Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12. For the word of God is living and effective and sharper than any double-edged sword, penetrating as far as the separation of soul and spirit, joints and marrow. It is able to judge the ideas and the thoughts of the heart.
Okay, very good. And what version was that you were reading from, Eden? What version?
CSB.
Say it again.
CSB.
CSB, okay, very good. Does anyone have a NIV or NKJV? New King James or NIV? Does anyone have that version? I want us to hear two versions. What version do you have, Grant? Are you frozen? Yeah, you're frozen. Kendall, what version do you have?
ESV.
Okay, go ahead and read ESV for me, please.
For the word of God is living and active, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing to the division of soul and spirit, of joints of marrow, and discerning the thoughts and intentions of the heart.
Okay, there's that. There's our vocab word, discerning, right? Oh, you sound so beautiful and clear, Kendall. Oh my goodness, it's amazing. Okay, so Eden's version said judge, and Kendall's version said discerning. So based on the context of the two versions, what do we think discernment means? Kendall's version kind of helps, or Eden's version kind of helps us.
Judging things?
Yes, judging things, being able to judge between right and wrong. So what does discernment have to do with knowledge, instruction, and wisdom?
So you can make the right choice on
Very
what you're judging with.
Very, very good. Very good. So it helps us to distinguish, especially in spiritual things, right? To distinguish between good and evil. And it acts with wisdom, right? It gives us the opportunity to be able to judge right from wrong. So if we have the proper instruction from the Word of God, then we'll be able to discern, right? And apply wisdom. So they are very much connected. Okay, so we'll be using many of these vocabulary terms as we kind of go throughout our day today, because they are always related to the way that we learn. Discerning, right? Discerning is not just in spiritual things, it's also just being able to make a choice. Like you need to have the right information, right? To be able to make a choice about something. So we'll be using these new vocabulary words often. Okay, very good, you guys. Okay, we're moving on to math. So I have we're gonna do 3 mental math problems today, and then we have a brain twister, it's called. I picked up this brain twister book that's a math brain twister about some fun little things. So we'll kind of warm up a little bit with our mental math practice, and then we'll do our brain twister. All right? Okay, so write on your whiteboards. We're gonna do 3 problems today. Okay, you guys ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Okay, perfect. I don't see everybody. I'm missing Simon. Yeah, I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I should have 7 today. Okay, first one. 4 less than the sum of 8 and 3. 4 less than the sum of 8 and 3 times 30 increased by 40, and then half of that. Hold up your answers.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, very good, Grant. Okay, I sure can. Let me repeat it again. Okay, 4 less than the sum of 8 and 3. 4 less than the sum of 8 and 3 times 30 increased by 40. Good job, Eden. And then half of that. Good job, Kendall. Good job, Shiloh. Hold it up to the camera, Russell. Wait, which one is that answer? Back up a little bit more. Okay, try again, Towie. I can't see what your answer was, Russell. Okay, so let's work this one out together real quick. So 4 less than the sum of 8 and 3, what's the answer to that? That was 7.
7.
Right, 7. So now 7 times 30.
210.
Right, 210. Then we increase that by 40.
250.
And then half of 250.
125.
Good job, 125. Okay, let's do number 2. 5 less than the product of 6 and 4. 5 less than the product of 6 and 4 increased by 13, half of that, and then 1/4 of that. Good job, Grant. Good job, Kendall. Good job, Towie.
Wait, was the question 5 less than the project of 6 times 4 plus
Yes.
13, half of that, and 1/4 of that?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I heard you.
Good job, Eden. Good job, Shiloh. Okay, Russell, you have an answer for me? I can't hear you. Unmute. Okay, let's go through it together. So 5 less than the product of,
You don't have to. You don't have to.
say it again?
You don't have to.
Okay. You have an answer for me?
It is 4.
Yes, the answer is 4. Okay, last one. The difference of this number and 9 is 7. The difference of this number and 9 is 7. 3/4 of that. Square that. And then half of that. I'll read it one more time. The difference of this number and 9 is 7. 3/4 of that. Square that. And half of that. Try again, Grant. You need me to say it again? Anyone?
Can you say the first part again?
Sure. The difference of this number and 9 is 7. Yes, very good, Kendall. Good job. Good job, Grant.
I sort of forgot the last part of the problem.
Okay, I'll read the whole thing, Eden, okay? The difference of this number and 9 is 7. 3/4 of that. Square that. Half of that. Good job, Shiloh. Good job, Towie. Good job, Eden.
Oh, no, I can't. Oh, wait, what? Good. You want to wait. Okay?
Yes, very good, Russell. Okay, so that was our warm up. So here is our brain teaser. Doesn't it look cool, you guys? Yeah, he's in jail. He is locked up. All right. So I'm going to give you a series of clues. Let's read our problem. A series of clues was left by this trickster fellow. He left a hidden clue to identify with one of 45 different inmates at a nearby prison. Each inmate has an assigned number, and Trickster has a given series of clues that will reveal the exact number of the inmate who has the information. So, can you use these clues to find the hidden inmate? So, I'm going to give you the clues one by one. First clue, it's an even number. Second clue, it's divisible by 3. Third clue, the sum of the digits is less than 5. Fourth clue, the first digit is greater than the second. What is the number of the hidden inmate?
Great digits. 7. The first digit is greater than 7.
You guys look stumped in your faces.
Is it 21?
No, it's an even number.
42.
No,
12.
no,
12.
no.
30?
Yes, very good, Kendall. You want to tell us how you got to 30?
So I wrote out the numbers that I thought could be, then
Mhm.
crossed out the odd ones, figured out which ones were divisible by 3.
Okay, very good. And the sum of the digits is less than 5, so that should have helped you too. Okay, very good. So I have a whole book of all these cool little brain twisters that actually have a lot of our vocabulary in it. And I found it at the grocery store, and I was like, oh my goodness, this would be so amazing for class. So we'll try to do one as our mental warm-up. We'll do our regular mentals, and then we'll do one brain teaser, and then go into our lesson. Do you guys like these? Yeah. Thank you, Graham, for the thumbs up. Okay, very good. Maybe some other ones will be more fun. I had fun making it for you. All right. What are these? What would you say these are?
Shapes.
Okay.
Polygons.
Polygons. Who said polygons? Is that Grant? Very good, Grant. So we know what group they belong to, right? Are there any other groups that they could belong to besides polygons?
Geometric figure.
Okay. What is similar about these shapes? Polygons. Do they all have some of the same characteristics?
All their edges are straight.
Okay, very good. What else? What about these things?
They all have angles.
Yes, very good. So how are they different?
They all have different. Oh wait, never mind. They're different colors.
Okay, different colors. What else?
They all have a
Their
different
angles
nose.
measure differently.
Okay, their angles measure differently. Shiloh, you said something?
They all have a different number of sides.
Okay, very good. More differences than similarities, huh? Any more? Nobody said like the obvious, the most obvious difference.
They're all different shapes.
Yes, thank you. They're all different shapes. I thought that would have been the first one. Okay, how about this group? How is this group the same as this group? Does it share any similarities?
Some of the shapes in the other group have curved sides.
Okay, very good. How about the differences? I think Eden pointed one out too. Some of them have curved sides. Are these, what is the group of this? Would you consider it part of the same group or a different group? We call these polygons. What are these? Are these polygons too?
Yeah. No.
Yeah or no? Which one is it, Grant? Let's see. Let's look at some characteristics of polygons. So what is our working definition of polygons? What are they? You can just unmute to speak. Kendall, what are polygons? Oh, I lost somebody. Who was that? Grant? What are polygons? Russell, are you frozen? I think you're frozen. Eden, you have an answer for me? What are polygons?
Kind of shapes, I guess.
Okay. Well, that other group, the second group that we put up next to it, let me bring it back. Were these polygons?
No.
How do we know? Howie?
Because polygons are similar and congruent, and those aren't.
Okay. I heard you use some vocabulary there, Tally. Good job. So polygons can be defined as many angles. It's just a shape with many angles. So would you say that this second group here, do they have many angles? 3 or more, it would be 3 or more angles, 3 or more line segments connected to enclose a portion of a plane. Would you say the second group fits that definition? No, so then would they be characterized as polygons? No, they wouldn't be. So let's look at some of the other characteristics of polygons. All of these would be polygons. Based on our definition, right? 3 or more line segments with many angles. So they all have, except for square, all of these shapes in terms of their name, except for triangle and square, how are they similar in their name?
They all end with gone.
Right. And so GON just stands for angle. So what do you think the first part of the shape name stands for?
The number of angles?
Right, the number of angles. And so I can't remember if these, I think these are Greek. I think the names are Greek. They very well could be Latin. I didn't actually look them up. But if we know the term of the number, then we can always know how many angles would be in that particular shape. So what do all of these polygons have? Shiloh.
They all have sides and angles.
Yes, very good. And when sides and angles come together, what are they called? This big blue hint up there.
Vertex?
Yes, yay! Ding, 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 ding! You win the $1 million prize. Vertex. When the lines come together and form an angle, that corner is called the vertex. And so polygons have 3 or more of those. That's how we know that they are polygons. Okay, so now let's look at some characteristics of polygons. They can be regular, which means that all sides have the same length and all angles have the same measure. Or they can be irregular, which means they would not all have the same length or the same angle. And so some other characteristics, and Tally helped us with this vocab, that they could be similar. And that means that they have the same shape in different size, or they can be congruent, the same shape and the same size. And we're also going to look at the perimeter and the area. The perimeter is the distance around a polygon, right? You just add the lengths of the sides. And then the area is the amount of the surface area of that particular shape. Okay, and so here's a picture for us to see. This would be considered similar polygons. And how many of you, all this time, before you learned from your math book, how many have thought that if you saw these two shapes, that they would be considered similar polygons? Would you naturally have named them similar polygons? Yes, no, maybe so. No, why not? Why not? I No, for me, the reason is pretty obvious, but I want to hear from you. Why wouldn't you naturally call these similar polygons?
Because one's bigger, one's smaller.
Right. Who would have thought that the actual characteristics of similar meant that they're the same shape, but not the same size, right? I don't know that we would naturally think that. That's something that we would definitely have to learn with just knowing what the word similar means, right? I would think that they would be similar in all aspects, but no, congruent is similar in all aspects. So congruent means they're the same shape and size. That would be something we just would have to learn from our textbook. I don't know that we would naturally know that. Okay, very good. So now let's look at the difference between perimeter and area. Who knows the difference? Who can tell me? What's the difference? We did just state it in the definition. Kendall.
Perimeter is the length around the shape, and area is the space that it covers.
Right, very good. So the perimeter would be this area around the shape. At what instances would we want to determine the perimeter of something, you think? When would we use that? Kendall?
If you're building a house, you need to know how large it is to know how much drywall to get or something.
Okay, very good. She went to the house building for me. All right, does someone else have another example when we would use perimeter? Surely in hockey, you use some perimeter for something. Towie.
To set boundaries.
Okay. Okay. What about in ballet? Do you use some kind of perimeter in ballet? Perhaps?
I guess for right now, you have to social distance. You have your little box.
Okay. Under the pandemic, perimeter might be very important, right? Okay, very good. So who remembers the formula for perimeter? What's the formula? Eden, you remember?
For a rectangle,
Yes, perimeter.
length times width.
Perimeter, not area.
You add the length and the width.
Okay, so you would add all the sides, right? So it could be 2L plus 2W, or you can just add all the sides together, right? So how is that different from area? I think Kendall helped us with the surface area, right? We want to determine this inside here. So in what instances would we use the area for something?
To see how much space it takes up.
Okay. What's another instance we might use it? Like a specific instance, maybe at your house or at a baseball field or soccer field, at a pool. When would area be needed? Russell, you have an idea for us?
Wait, no, I thought you were talking.
Yeah, I was seeing if you had anything to share about what would be an example when we would use the area. We would need to find the area of something.
Like building a house, maybe?
Okay. Eden?
Like when you're selling some property, you'd need to say like how much it was, how much land it is.
Okay, very good. I was thinking about something as simple as like a tablecloth. I might need to know how much material I need just to cover my table, right? I've been doing these fix-it jobs at home, And so I had this, these tiles, you know, the sticky tiles you can put on your walls and make them look kind of really cool. So I needed to compute the area of my kitchen wall to know how many tiles to purchase. And who knew I was going to have to use like some real math calculations? I really did. So it definitely does come in handy. And what is the formula for computing area? I think Eden helped us with that one already.
Length times width.
Right, so the area of a rectangle equals length times width. How about a square? The area of a square.
The length of its sides squared.
Okay, very good. The area of a square equals length of a side square. A square. Did you guys sing that song in Foundations? Okay, good. I'm not alone. Okay, the area of a triangle equals?
1/2 base times height.
Yes, 1/2 base times height. The area of a circle equals?
Pi times the radius squared.
Yes, pi times the radius squared. Very good. So with all of these, if we wanted to cover these surface areas, that's how we would compute them. Okay, so now let's try. So here are our formulas, right? Area equals base times height over 2, which is the same as saying 1/2 base times height, okay? And then our perimeter is just adding up all the sides. And you have your designations here, right? And so here's our shape. Here's our shape. So I want you to compute the perimeter. What's the perimeter of this shape?
16.
Yes, very good, 16. So we would add the 2 plus the 5, and then we have to add these together, right? To have the length of this entire side, which would be 9. So our perimeter would be 16. How about the area of just the red shape? What's the area?
12.
12. So area equals 1/2 base. Our base here is 6. Our height is 4. We have that over 2. That equals 24 over 2. 24 divided by 2 equals 12. Very good. All right, so we're going to get into some math discussion. Did anybody bring a problem that they needed help with this week? Right, Grant, is it a problem that you needed help with, or was it one to just share?
It was one to just share.
Okay,
I brought one to share too.
okay,
I do have a problem that I did need help with.
okay. Okay, so let's go through this, and then we probably will have a little time left over, and we'll work through Grant's problem that he needed a little help with. All right, so with math discussions, remember when we started on our first day, the whole idea of—
Excuse me, Mr. Mia, am I like late? Because
Yes, Simon, you're late, but it's okay.
how late exactly?
45 minutes late.
Uh,
It's all right. Just turn your camera on and jump right in.
okay.
All right, so remember, we are discussing math as a language, right? And so we want to use math vocabulary, and we want to deconstruct our problems. This will be so helpful for you when you guys start taking your standardized tests for SATs and things, when you can talk through the problems, and it'll help you to solve it and to make sure that you're pretty accurate. So what questions do we ask first? That's what we want to ask ourselves. So you know, with the question confirmation with essentials, how we go through asking questions and the answers tell us the roles of words and sentences. We want to do the same thing with math. So what questions will we ask first? What do we know already and what do we need to know? So what does this problem tell us already?
The answer.
Okay, it gives us the answer. What else does it give us? Well, what do we need to find out?
The value of x.
Very good. So we need to find the value of x. What do we need to know to solve this problem?
The 4 operations.
Okay, order of operations. What else? What operations do we need to know to solve this problem?
Multiplication, addition.
We need to know all 4, don't we? Will we use all 4 in this one? Right? Right? Give me a thumbs up, right? Yes. Okay, very good. So do we have enough to solve the problem? Do we have enough information to solve it? Yes, we do. Okay, so what do we do first? I want to see you write it out in your brains. Somebody tell me what we do first. But before we do that, so when we go through our math discussion, we don't want to just call the answer out. When we're not leading, and I separate you guys into your groups sometimes, it's not our job to just figure out the answer, right? We want to talk through the math problem so that everybody can participate in the discussion. So we will write the problems in our brain. Then we will write anything, whoever is leading the discussion, we would write that on the whiteboard or in our brain, listen to the questions, and then look around and take turns answering the questions. So no matter what our math level is, because I know all of you are in pretty much around the same, maybe give or take 1 level, you're either gonna always be reviewing an older concept, you're gonna be previewing a new concept, or you're gonna be practicing something that you're working on right now. So either way, it's always relevant, right? And so we wanna remember those tips when we are discussing math in our groups. And we're kind of going through a class example of that right now. So we have enough to solve. So what do we do first? What's the goal? What are we trying to do?
Find x.
Right. So in order to find x, what do we need to do first?
Subtract 25 minus 3.
Right, so we want to subtract 3 on both sides, right? Because we have 5x plus 3 on this side, and we have 25 on this side. And so remember, because this is an equation, whatever we do to the right, we want to do to the left, right? Okay, so what do I get if I subtract 3 on both sides?
5x equals 22.
Okay, 5x equals 22. And then what do I do after that?
22 divided by 5.
Okay, so on both sides of the equation, we want to divide by 5 because we want to isolate the variable. Have you guys heard that term before? Isolate the variable? I know you've heard me say it, but have you heard it or read it in your math books before? Okay, perfect. So we want to use math language. You want to isolate the variable. And so in order to do that, now we want to divide both sides of the equation by 5. And so we'll have x on one side, and what do we get on the other side?
4.4.
Okay, very good. And then we want to check it. So how do we go about checking it?
5 times 4.4 plus 3 equals 25.
Okay. Very good. Are you guys working it out now? Let me see what you have. Can you hold it up for me to see? I need my glasses. Okay, very good. Very good, very good. Charlotte, you got something for me?
I'm writing this all down and I'm trying to like, this is what I have so far. I'm just writing everything down.
Okay. All right, perfect. Okay, so what laws were we using in order to solve this problem? It might not be a law that we memorized from like foundations, but you know, yes, yes, Russell. What did he say?
I just wanted to know, were you recording this?
Yes, I am recording. I did hit record. This, I think I said I remember. It's the first time I remembered. Let me make sure. Yes, I'm recording. Thanks, Russell. Always good to remind me. What was my question? Oh, what laws were we using?
Subtraction and division.
Okay, very good. Okay, so next week we are gonna get into more math discussions. I'm gonna break you out into breakout groups, and then I'm gonna see you guys discuss math. So now let's go ahead and work through Grant's problem. Okay, Grant, what you got for us? Can you guys see my board? Here we go.
Yeah, okay. So a right cylinder has a radius of 20 centimeters,
Oh,
a
so,
length of 200 centimeters.
wait, is this out of Math 8-7?
No.
Okay, I need to see it. Okay, go ahead and read it to us again.
A right cylinder has a radius of 20 centimeters and a length of 200 centimeters. Find the surface area.
A length of 200 centimeters. So you're looking for the area,
Surface area.
the surface area. Okay, so what do we need to know to solve that problem?
To know how to figure out the circumference of a circle and the equation for the area of the circle.
Okay, very good. And so what is the circumference of a circle?
2 pi r.
2 pi r. So C equals 2 pi r. And then what is the radius? I mean the area.
Pi r squared.
R squared. I don't know if I can help you with this yet, Grant. We'll see. Do I have any math gurus on here? I definitely know substitution, right? I have an R here for my 20 centimeters. I know that pi equals what? What is pi?
1/4.
Right, pi equals 3.14. So in order to find the circumference, it would be 2 times 3.14 times R, right? What would that equal?
That would equal 125.6.
Okay, and then for my area, my pi again is 3.14. My radius is gonna be 20 squared. So what's 20 squared?
400?
Yeah, I think that's right. Let me see. Yep, 400. So 400 times 3.14.
is 1,256.
Wait a minute, I think 3.14. Yes, I did something wrong. Okay, and now that we have, what do we have to do next once we have computed these? What's the next step?
Then you're gonna take the height and your answer for your circumference and multiply those two.
Okay, so our height we don't have. Is that the variable?
No, our height is 200 centimeters.
Oh, okay. So our height is 200. I'm sorry, give me that formula again.
We're gonna take the answer for the circumference of the circle,
Okay.
times it by the height, which is 200.
Okay, so 125.6 times 200.
Mm-hmm.
And what do we get?
25,120.
And this is the surface area.
Yes.
Okay, is that correct?
Well, then you have to times your answer for the area by 2 because there's the top and the bottom.
Okay, because it's a cylinder.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so 25, 120 times 2. And what is that?
You should get 2,512, and then you take that and add it to the 25,120.
$2,512. Okay, so is that 27,632?
Yep, 27,632 centimeters squared.
Centimeters squared, and that's for, so a cylinder, that's a cylinder, right? Something like that?
Yeah,
Like the hourglass with the sand?
yeah, kind of like a can.
Right, so we were looking for the surface area of these two circles? Or the whole thing?
The whole thing.
The whole thing, okay. Wow, that's a lot. So you had a few formulas that you were working with there, right? So what's interesting about this problem is that as we build in our math concepts and we work through substitutions, formulas, really math is all about substitutions and formulas. If you know them, those would be the laws, right? The formulas would be considered our laws or our testimonies of math when we're looking at 5 common topics. As long as we know the formula to be able to compute something and we have enough information to solve it, then we should be able to solve it. I just finished watching, what's the name of that movie? The ladies that went to NASA.
Hidden Figures?
Yes, Hidden Figures. I know I'm like 2 years late, but I just finally watched it and these women were like mathematicians, like amazing mathematicians. And to watch them compute all of these numbers, I tell you, I would have been in those meetings cross-eyed. I just would have sat back in my chair and say, okay, I'm gonna let her do it. And then I'm just gonna write the answer down. But still, again, when you have enough information, because I think they were trying to compute like the exact point in order for the astronaut to come back into orbit. And there were specific formulas that they needed in order to be able to compute that. And if they would have been off even by a little bit, he would have burned up. So it's a great movie to watch for math discussions because they have a lot of math discussions in that movie. Okay, Grant, thank you for stretching Miss Jamia's brain this morning. That's exactly what I needed. That was better than a cup of coffee. All right, you took me back to What grade are we in? 7th grade. Okay, guys, very good. So continue with your math for this week. I think in a few more weeks, we're going to have our first blue books, which I'm not sure. You'll look for some instructions on that. Do you guys know what blue books are? Are you familiar with? Okay. I know for you that have older siblings, you probably know what blue books are already. It's really just an assessment to see how well you're retaining the information that you're learning. And you have two. You have one at the end of first semester and one at the end of second semester. So for math, I probably will get with your parents, have them send me some problems from the math that you're doing so that it will be tailored and customized to what you're doing right now. Okay? All right. So let's get ready for what's next. Where's my little schedule? What's next?
Debate.
Okay. Oh yeah, you guys ready? Did you guys look at the little study guide I sent out?
Yeah.
Okay. Did everybody? Give me a thumbs up if you did. Okay, is that only one thumbs up? You looked at a little bit, Towies. Is that what that means? Okay. So no thumbs at all. Does that mean that you didn't look at it at all? Is that what that means?
I don't know what study guide you're talking about, so I
Okay.
don't really know.
Okay, so I sent out in the classroom what your assessment was going to look like today. So it basically is the map, right? For the first part is maps and capitals. And for the first part, you have to tell me the state and the capital. And then for the second part, I'll take you to Quizlet, and I have pictures of the features in the area that they are in. I don't know if we'll get through all of them because it was a lot. How many of you got through all of them this week? Okay, very good, Grant. It was a lot. I want to say it was like 50.
Excuse me, Mr. Mia.
Yes, Simon.
What are those points next to the thing? When I go onto my Gmail, it says you have like a new assessment worth 100 points or something.
Right, so as long as you did the assignment, then I gave you 100 points for it.
But what are they good for?
It's just a grade.
Oh.
It means that you completed the assignment. And I'm keeping track of the assignments that are completed. Okay, so the second one with the features, if we're able to get through it all in an hour or less, because we are trying to do 50-minute seminars, right? We'll see how much we can get through. But with that one, you're going to be shown a picture and you have to write down what it is. Yes, Grant.
I think some of the pictures weren't really accurate because, like, for the river, for the features, because the one that was the Red River, it looked like it was the Mississippi River.
Okay. There were some that were already there that I used. So as soon as we go to each feature, I wasn't able to do it on the cards in a way that we can just go through all the cards and see all the pictures and you not see if your answer was correct. So we have to do it one by one. So if I show you a picture of like the Alabama River, right? I'll show you just a picture. And then you have to tell me what river is that? Because there are lots of rivers. Well, I didn't even know we had that many rivers in the United States. And you say, it's the Alabama River. Okay, so I think it's going to be random. I don't think they'll be in alphabetical order. They might. Yeah, Grant.
Can we just, like, shout out the answer, or you can, like, call on one of us?
Yeah, you can shout out the answer. Okay, so let's get started on. So today will be more, actually, let me see your best map first. Simon and Russell, can you please turn your cameras on and leave them on, please? Thank you.
I might be a little bit busy. So that's why I can't turn on my camera.
Okay, is it something that you can do just out of camera view? Because one of our rules, it makes it difficult to for the other students too, Rasul. Is it something you can do out of view?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. All right, okay, good job, guys. Eden, I didn't see it. Oh, look at all your rivers, good job. Good job, Kendall. Good job, Shiloh. Simon, can I see your map, please? Your best map? Russell, let me see your best map, please.
I need to send it.
Say it again.
Can I send it to you later?
I
No, can I-
prefer that you show it to us, Russell. Every student is just showing whatever their best map is. It's just
I'm not gonna show my map. I'm really sensitive about that.
it's encouraging for everybody to see how well we're doing, and you grow, with each map. It's not, nobody is judging your work, Russell. It's just to share all the hard work you've put in this week.
I don't want
it.
Razul, if everybody else shares, you have to also.
Simon, thank you. I don't need any additional help. Thank you.
I'll get it. But don't laugh.
Okay, we're not going to laugh, Russell. Thank you for sharing with us, okay? Yes, Grant?
I did this map from memory.
Oh, very good. Let me see it again. You did all of the rivers?
Most of them.
The features? How many features? Did anyone have like a count of how many features were there? I feel like it was over 50, like maybe just under 60. Yeah, did you, I think the rivers alone were like a lot when I was putting them in.
This one's of Canada and the US. So.
Okay, so you started connecting. Very good. Did everyone have a chance to connect at least once this week?
This is
Okay, very good. And you?
here's Canada.
Okay, good job, Grant. So what do you do first? Do you do the outline and then fill in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I did Canada, and then I connected the top of the US to the bottom of Canada, and then I did the outline.
Okay, very good, very good. Simon, do you have something to show me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, very good. Did you try Connected Canada this week, Simon?
I did, but it wasn't very good, so I did not draw it on my final map.
Okay, so it doesn't really matter if it's good or bad. What matters is that you have some idea conceptually where it is, right? So the drawings in and of themselves don't really matter how good they are. We just want you to get an idea of where they are on a map or on the globe, right? So that's the whole thing with drawing the world, so that you have an idea where it is. All right. So you guys ready? It's going to be a test on each state and capital. State and capital, capital and state. You can write abbreviations if you like.
Mr. Mio,
Yes.
for this are we supposed to have like a map and then fill it in on the map, or what are we supposed to do for this?
Not today. Today, a map is going to be shown to you with an area that's highlighted, and then I want you to write down what that area is.
Okay.
All right, is everybody ready? And we'll have 50, because there's 50 states.
Do we write it on our whiteboard or in our brains?
Write in your brains. And just title it Assessment, USA Assessment.
Do we have to like draw a map?
No, not today. Today you're going to be assessed on just knowing the area, the capital and the state. Yes, Grant.
Can I look at the sheet for the abbreviations?
Can I not write it down because
I prefer you not. I want to see what you remember. Just write down an abbreviation for you to know what it is. Okay, do the best you can with the abbreviations. Yes, Simon?
do we actually have to draw it?
Yeah, I just said you don't need to draw it today.
I mean, do we have to write it?
Yes, it's an assessment. Please write it in your brain. Yeah, Towie?
Can I go sharpen my pencil?
Yes, you may. Okay, we'll get started in one moment. How are you guys doing with your geography terms? Is anyone using the Quizlet that I set up for you, where you can actually see what these things are? Is it helpful? Because we'll be assessed at the end of the year in Blue Books on our geography terms too. So it's always helpful to kind of know in your mind what they look like. It helps you with the definition. We're just waiting on Towie. We'll be right back. Let's see how much of this we can get through. It's quite a bit to be assessed this week. For it to be home, right? Home has a lot of stuff. All right, Towie's back. Okay, you guys ready? Don't panic. Assessment time. All right, and I want you to have a happy face just like this. How many say emoji versus emoticon? Which one is the right one to say?
Emoji.
Emoji. An emoticon is
Emoji.
like colon parenthesis, but the emoji is
It's the
the
face.
little yellow thing.
Okay, I don't think I knew that there was a difference because I've been using them interchangeably until Juan corrected me yesterday, and I was like, aren't they the same? And he was like, Mommy, no. Okay, so don't panic. Ready? First one. Write the capital and the state. Second one. Capital and state. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. Number 6. Okay, we're going to another page, so give me a thumbs up if you're good with this page. Not yet, Simon. Okay, thanks, Grant. Okay, good job, Eden. Good job, Shiloh. Thank you. Thanks, Kendall. Okay, thanks, Simon. Is that everybody? Russell, are you good for the next page?
Are we doing all 50 states?
We are.
No.
Towie, are you good? Okay. Russell, you're good with this page? Thumbs up if you are. Okay. All right, number 7. Number 8, I had to zoom in on that one. Number 9. Number 10. Number 11. And number 12. Okay, thanks, Grant. Okay, good.
Mr. Mia, I don't know if I'm spelling them all right.
That's fine. When we go through, I'm not checking your spelling. I just want you to know what it is. It's okay. Okay, good job. Shiloh, Kendall, Russell, are you good? Okay, Tally, you good? Okay, let me know. No, Simon.
It's irresistible. It's so fun.
No, resist. So you guys, we aren't doing open book right now because I just want to see how much you remember. Okay, so write down what you remember. What other one is up there, Eden?
You mean the reactions?
Yeah.
There's clapping hands, a thumbs up, a heart,
Oh, there's a heart.
a laughing face, the crying laughing emoji, and then the open mouth, and it says a tada.
What's that?
That what I have in the corner.
Okay. Oh, we have to use the heart. I have to think of a reason to use the heart. So my kids say, okay, thanks, Tally. My kids said that moms always use the heart a lot. I'm probably one of those moms that always use the heart.
My mom's not like that. She doesn't even really know it exists. I bet if she did, though, she'd be like,
Yes, that's me. I use the heart all the time. Okay, next. Number 13. Number 14. $15.
Didn't we already do that one?
16. Oh yeah, we did. Okay, just write it again because it'll throw my numbers off. This one was 16, right?
Didn't we already do that one also?
Did we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I think we already did both of those.
Okay, so then there's gonna be, oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's just go with it because my numbers will be off. So it might be a little bit more than 50. What is this number 16 that you guys have? Okay. My numbers are going to be off. So I think we did this next one too. That's 17. 18. Yeah, we did that one. Okay, I think this next one we have not done yet. Okay, so I'm good to turn the page then, right? Okay.
Wait, did you still want us to write the last ones?
You don't have to. That's 4 that were repeats. So you can start back at this one if you like. If you've already written them, it's fine. Because I'm going to read them when I read the answer. So this should be number 19. Number 20. '21. '22. '23. And 24. Let me know when it's good to change, to turn the page, next page. Okay, good job, Grant. Okay, Eden. Kendall. Shiloh. Okay, Tally, I got you.
Wait, what page is this exactly?
I'm not sure what page it is, but those numbers, the last one is 24. So that is 23, 22, 21, 20. So that's 19 through 24.
May have missed some.
Okay, what number are you on? Do you have for the last one?
Kentucky is my 5th. I mean, sorry, Kentucky is my 15th.
Okay, so from this point, why don't you put 25, because the next page will start number 25.
The next page will?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Russell, are you good? Okay. Okay, so this should be 25.
Wait, I needed to see those.
Oh, okay. So this is 19 through 24.
I'm done.
Okay. All right, number 25. $26. $27. $28.
Do we have to turn these in?
You won't turn them in, but we'll go through them, and I want you to mark what you got right, what you got wrong, and I'll end up putting a note to your parents so that they can check it. Okay, 29. And 30. Thumbs up when we can turn the page. Okay, thanks, Grant. Simon. Shiloh. Kendall. Okay. Yes, I love the hearts. Thank you, Grant. And that must be a party one or a celebration, maybe. That reminds me of jelly beans. I must want some. Mike and Ike's. You good, Tally?
How many have we done?
We have done 30. But 1, 2, 3.
Including the ones that we did a
Yeah,
second time.
four of them are repeats. So all together we've done 30. Okay, good job, Tally. I think Eden, we're waiting on you. Russell, you're good? You froze.
What if I don't remember the abbreviation?
Just do the best you can with writing it out.
Should I write the whole state out or should I just?
Yeah, that's fine. Your parents are going to check it. We're going to go through it together, right? So that you know the answers. And then your parents, I'll let your parents know that we did the assessment and that it's in your brains, that they can take a look at it. Okay. Russell, I think you're froze. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, number 31. 31. $32. $33. $34. $35. And 36. You guys know they changed the song for this year and added Washington, D.C. It wasn't in the original song.
But Washington D.C. isn't a state.
They're about to make it a state.
They added it as a, it's in the song.
I don't know about making it a state. Maybe.
Area
It's kind of a state.
So we all have to take her word for it.
It's a district.
If it turned into a state, would it have to have its own capital too?
Oh,
I think so.
well, they have representation in Congress, so they should be able to be a state, I think. And they have a representative. What is it? Representation without, what's the little saying? Representation, is it without taxation?
Taxation without representation. That's
Okay.
in all our license plates.
Yeah, I had it backwards. Yeah, so it's kind of weird to have that, but then they're not an official state. But it kind of throws the song off a little bit. Okay, thanks, Shiloh. Thanks, Grant. We just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 18 to go. 18 to go. There shouldn't be any more repeats. My bad for those 4. I tell you, looking at these states, I was going cross-eyed making this thing. Okay, is everybody ready for the next page? Okay. Okay, Tally, just give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Okay, good job. I think Russell is froze. Simon, are you good? Okay. Yes, Simon? Thumbs up? Okay. So this should be 37. Okay, 37. Okay, 38. $39. $40. $41. And 42. Okay, good job, Grant, Shiloh. Kendall. My heart.
Miss Jamia, do you know if the second to last one is the one we're studying in a book?
Yes, it is.
Is it the same place?
Let me check that. I gotta check that. I
Thought it
know
was in Massachusetts.
the city, yeah, I feel like it was, but the city is the same. Okay, are we good to go to the next page, Simon? No? Okay. I just keep hearing the song. The little guitar. Does anybody play guitar on here? Nobody? Drums? Piano. Okay, so you can play can you play this song? You gotta learn it. What is that? You're drawing it? Are you drawing it, Simon? No, what is that you're showing me?
Little thing I made.
Oh, let me see it again.
So like in the free time where I finished, I made this in like 5 seconds.
Is that like a comic?
Kind of.
Okay.
More of a panorama comic type thing.
Okay. Are you good with this page? Yes. All right. Tally, you were good on this page? Yes. Okay. Okay. I think Russell is frozen, you guys. I guess he might have to go back out and come back in. Okay. Number 43. Goes out of focus when I have to zoom in like that.
Oh, Mr. Mia,
Yes.
why do they call it Rhode Island if it's not an island?
I don't know, but that would be a question to ask after the assessment is over. Not during. Simon. I just watched Hamilton, you guys. Did anybody here watch it yet?
I was going to, but then my sister and I started watching a better show.
Okay, how many liked it? Thumbs up if you liked it.
I watched a little bit of it and it was pretty good.
Okay. It was, I really enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed it. I don't know how completely accurate it was with some of the things, but I really, really enjoyed it. It was so different seeing all of those players as like other nationalities of people. Like, I could definitely get used to that, but I think it was just so strange because it just hasn't ever been that way. So, but it was a good change. So I didn't know if I'd be able to sit through 3 hours because that's a long time to sit through anything. And I think I'm glad that they put those intermissions in there because I definitely needed them. Okay. Number 44. $45.
I feel like that one was already shown.
I don't think it was. Let me double check.
It was North Dakota, not South Dakota.
Yeah, I haven't shown that one yet.
Okay.
Okay. Is that 46? $47. I know that one. The biggest one. I think that's the biggest one. 48. 49. Okay, thanks, Grant. Thanks, Towie, Kendall, Shiloh. Eden.
What number was the last one?
49. So I'll have that extra 4 because Miss Jamia can't count. But we don't have 54 states. You good, Simon? Was that a nod of a yes? Let me see a thumbs up. No, okay. I don't think we're going to have time to get to the features, so I will probably give it to you as an assignment. We have 10 minutes left in this seminar. Okay, thanks, Simon.
Like
So,
for the Google Classrooms?
yeah, I'll probably give it to you as an assignment to do. You know, you can take it as a test for Quizlet, so I'll probably have you do it that way. Okay, ready? This should be number 50. $51. $52. $53. And the last one is 54.
How are there 54 states?
Oh, have you been listening the whole time? We kind of went through that. How we ended up doing 54. Did you step away? Your screen is frozen, Russell. It's almost like you have a screensaver. Because I repeated 4 by accident, or 5. 1, 2, no, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I repeated 4 by accident. Okay, you guys ready to hear the answers? Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Okay. Okay, good job, Eden, Kendall, Grant. Few more weeks and we'll start talking about science fair, you guys. Okay, Towie, good job. Shiloh. Week 10 is when we start brainstorming for science fair, so start thinking about your ideas. Okay, you ready? Go back to number 1. I'm gonna read the answers out now. Number 1, Montgomery, Alabama.
I have a question.
Yes.
Should we like put a check?
Yeah, you probably just need to mark the ones that are wrong so
Okay.
that your parents can see what you still need to kind of grow in, okay? Just mark the ones that are wrong.
Cool.
All right, number 1, Montgomery, Alabama. Number 2, Juneau, Alaska. Number 3, Phoenix, Arizona. Number 4, Little Rock, Arkansas. That's how she says it in that song. Number 5, Sacramento, California. Number 6, Denver, Colorado. Number 7, Hartford, Connecticut. Number 8, Dover, Delaware. Number 9, Tallahassee, Florida. Number 10, Atlanta, Georgia. Number 11, Honolulu, Hawaii. Number 12, Boise, Idaho. Number 13, Springfield, Illinois. Number 14, Indianapolis, Indiana. So these are our repeats. Number 15, Phoenix, Arizona. 16, Little Rock, Arkansas. 17, Sacramento, California. 18, Denver, Colorado. Okay, now we're back on track. 19, Des Moines, Iowa. Number 20, Topeka, Kansas. 21, Frankfort, Kentucky. 22, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. 23, Augusta, Maine. 24 is home, Annapolis, Maryland. 25, Boston, Massachusetts. 26, Lansing, Michigan. 27, St. Paul, Minnesota. 28, Jackson, Mississippi. 29, Jefferson City, Missouri. 30, Helena, Montana. 31, Lincoln, Nebraska. 32, Carson City, Nevada. 33, Concord, New Hampshire. 34, Trenton, New Jersey. 35, Santa Fe, New Mexico. 36, Albany, New York. 37, Raleigh, North Carolina. 38, Bismarck, North Dakota. 39, Columbus, Ohio. 40, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. 41, Salem, Oregon. 42, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. 43, Providence, Rhode Island. 44, Columbia, South Carolina. 45, Pierre, South Dakota. 46, Nashville, Tennessee. 47, Austin, Texas. 48, Salt Lake City, Utah. 49, Montpelier, Vermont. 50, Richmond, Virginia. 51, Olympia, Washington. 52, Charleston, West Virginia. 53, Madison, Wisconsin. And 54, Cheyenne, Wyoming. How'd you do? Okay.
I got all of them right.
Okay, perfect.
All correct.
Good
I-
job.
I got Atlanta and Alabama confused.
Okay. I'm right there with you, Towie. And we drive to those states all the time. I'm like, wait a minute, which state are we in? All right, guys, good job. Let me see. I do have 5 minutes. Do you guys want to look at some of the features just to review to see what it's going to look like when you do it at home? Would you like to see that? Yes, no, maybe so? Or we can end now and you can get a break.
And now get a break.
Of course.
And now get a break.
That's the best option. Okay, are we doing 5 or 10 minutes today?
10.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Okay, how many say 5? Raise your hand. And how many say 10? Russell, I can't see you to vote. I need to see you.
I will just say 10.
You said 10?
Yes.
Oh, that's tied. Who didn't vote? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kendall, you didn't vote. I need you to vote.
10. Come on, Kendall.
Tiebreaker. 5 or 10? Are you doing any, mini, money, mo?
5.
Okay, 5 it is. So it's right before lunch, you guys. So then after this seminar, then you guys have a lunch break. So I will see you in 5 minutes. That is what time? 5 minutes.
11 o'clock.
Let's say 6 minutes because I have 10:54. So 11 o'clock. Yes. Okay. Okay, that was a great question that Shiloh had. Since it was due today, I guess as soon as possible, but the latest would be by next Tuesday, and I'll put a due date on that when I put it into Google Classroom. Gives you a little bit more time to study it too. So I'll go back and look at some of the pictures that Grant said that may be a little bit off. I'll probably look at that once we get out of class today. All right, it looks like some of you may have taken 10 minutes anyway. We are applying research. There's Shiloh. Where's all my people at? I can't wait to talk about these presentations, you guys. I'm so proud of you. You guys did such a good job. I hope you feel good about them too. Okay, we're gonna get started. Can you guys hear me okay? Yes, okay. So tell me, how did you like presenting and watching yourself? Was it weird? Yeah.
I thought it was good so I could like see what I was doing good and not doing so well on.
Yes. Yes. So let me tell you, as a model, I don't know if any of you know that Miss Jamia modeled in her previous life before children, and now I do it just a very little bit. But sometimes I have to say lines if I'm going for like, a casting or something. And just recently I had to submit to a client like a short. A short is just like a 3-minute video, right? And so all of this stuff is super important. Eye contact, personality, tone, inflection, all of that stuff, right? So I usually will do it in the mirror, but there's nothing like recording yourself and then watching it after to see, like, sometimes our faces do like these weird things and we don't even know that they do that. And I'm just like, I do that when I speak. And so you have to kind of be mindful of that when you're speaking, right? If you want to present a certain way. So I thought that this exercise would be excellent for you guys to see how we see you when you present. So tell me, give me some thoughts. What are some things that you saw that you needed to work on?
Eye contact.
Okay. Did you do more than one take, Tally? Okay, very good. I see that you all did a very good job with eye contact. And remember, we said you were going to have to kind of play around with placement with where your papers were. So I see that many of you found a good spot to where you could read your paper and then look in the camera. Okay, what else? What else did you see that you needed to work on after viewing yourself? Kendall,
I kept tilting my head to the side.
do you know that you do that? Right? So it's good to see yourself. Simon, I can only see the top of your head. Readjust your camera for me.
I think I could have worked on maybe like enthusiasm and like, I don't know, making some words like exciting than others or more exciting.
Okay, how many takes did you do, Grant?
Like 3.
3, okay. And did you see that you got better with each take? Okay. I mean, that's the goal, right? The goal is to work on something specific that you see that you do, and then to do it better with each take. How about you, Shiloh?
How many takes did I do?
Well, what did you see that you did that you needed to work on?
Well, after watching myself, I noticed that I always like turned like this or something like that. And I'm like, that if I stopped doing that, I probably would have better eye contact.
Okay.
You know, stop moving my body around like this.
Okay, very good. Let me tell you, I loved all the little things you guys put around yourselves. What do they call those? Were those the frames?
Frame?
Yes. I loved it because I think somebody was talking about spiders. Yes, Kendall. And so then as soon as she said spider, I was like, oh, she has spiders all around her. That's so cute. I love that you guys did that you were very intentional about your frames that you chose for your work. That was very, very good. Simon, what did you see that you ended up having to do again to work on?
Nothing. I only did it once.
Oh, okay. Did you wash yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's just, we did it at like 7:45, so I'm just like, I need to get it perfect first try, and I did.
Okay. Very good.
At least I tried to get it perfect, but.
Okay, I can't see all of your face. I only see the top of your head. Can you readjust your camera, please? There we go. That's better. Okay, very, very good. So did you guys like this exercise? Yes, no, maybe so. We're not going to do it all the time, but I think as we grow in presenting, and you guys get better and better, I want you to see yourselves so that you can see that you get better also. I think that's very important, right? Okay, very good. You guys, I'm so proud of you. I think all of you got your feedback, right? I sent you individual feedback about your presentations. You guys did an awesome job. And just know, whenever we use Flipgrid, you will not see it right away. It has to go through me first, and then I have to approve it. And that's just to be safe, to make sure that we are always doing appropriate things and that our classmates can see everything that's appropriate. Not to say that you wouldn't, but it's just a precautionary measure to make sure that we do, okay? So it'll be a moment, and know that Miss Jamia goes to sleep pretty early. Sometimes it's by 8 o'clock. So if you do your
I usually stay up and watch NXT at 8.
Oh, no, I'm in the bed by 8. So I just finished Andy Griffith. I watched Andy Griffith before bed, and I always fall asleep during an episode. So it took me a long time to get through 8 seasons, and I just finished the last one yesterday because I end up having to, I watch half of it and I fall asleep, and then I watch the other half the next night. And so if I didn't catch it by a certain time last night, then I would have caught it at 4:30 this morning. So you may have got your feedback like very early this morning. Okay, very good. You guys did an awesome, awesome job. All right, so here are your supplies that you need for science today. and we already discussed your presentation. So next week we'll be reading them back in class. And now that you guys are purposeful about presenting, you already kind of know some of your quirks that you do. So I want you to practice being mindful of those things. All right. So guess what we're going to do today? We're going to draw something. So we are getting closer to second semester. And I know that some of you are not real comfortable with drawing, and we need to get comfortable with drawing because we're going to be drawing a lot more in second semester. We're going to be drawing body parts. We'll be drawing body parts like the eye, the ear, you know, and you'll be drawing detailed body parts and labeling them. So it's good if you can give some type of drawing with your research essays too, because you're going to be practicing oils. Who remembers what oils are? What are they, Grant?
Ovals. Oh wait, no. Circles, dots, squiggly lines, straight lines.
And something we talked about in math today.
Angle.
Angles, very good. So that's really all art is. It's a bunch of those things. It's a bunch of oils all put together. So we're going to draw something that you may already know, but don't call it out. And we're going to draw in steps using our oils. So in your brains, I want you to draw this first part, number 1. There's 6 steps. I'm going to draw 2. Let's see if I can see the whole thing. Okay, so it's and give me
How big is this gonna get?
not too much bigger than what you see already. Let's see if you'll know what it is probably by step number 3, maybe even step number 1. Let me know if you're ready. Okay, good job, good job. Okay, Russell, can you start drawing on your paper for me? It's a 6-step process. I just want you to take it 1 step at a time, okay? Okay, thanks, Simon. Oh, I didn't set the timer, guys. I did record, yes. Okay, are we good for the next step, step 2? Okay, here's step 2. There's step 2. Should have did mine in black. Oh. Okay, we ready for step 3? Okay, Shiloh, Simon.
It's a fishy.
You weren't supposed to guess yet. You weren't supposed to guess till the end. Are we good for the next step, step 3? Yes, okay. Step 3. Okay, good job, Grant. Yes, Eden. Kendall. Russell, do you have step 3 on your paper? Okay, good job. Simon and Tally. I got some detailed artists here. All right, go Tally. Simon, thumbs up. Okay. Step 4.
It's not actually how fishes look. They're on their back. They actually have a longer thing because I go fishing at my cabin a lot, and that is not what fishies look like.
Okay, just do the best you can with the drawing. You guys see mine? I'm drawing too. I think mine ate a lot. He's bigger. I think mine just finished eating. Yeah, Grant. Is that a yes, I'm ready, or you got a question?
Can we add details to it if we're still reading?
Sure. These will be your fishies, since Simon told us what it is. Are we ready for step 5? Tally, you ready for step 5? Okay. Here we go. There's the tail and the other little fin things. Let's see.
Do fish have noses?
I would say we're going to see. We're going to talk about fish in more detail. It kind of looks like
Are we
that.
doing fish on our next paper?
Yes, we are. Hence, drawing our lovely fish. Okay, last step, you guys. Ready for step number 6? Okay. There he is. That's a big old eye too, isn't it? It's like a double eye.
I already drew an eye on my fish. Should I draw a second one on it?
Will they match or will he look kind of...
He'll look really weird.
Okay, so maybe not. How'd you guys do? Let me see. Good job, Simon. I can't hear you, Russell.
I was just kind of.
Good job,
speaking to myself.
Eden.
Can I modify the tail?
Sure. Russell, how'd you do? Let me see.
say I didn't want. That looks more like a piranha than a fish.
That looks like a fish. You did
That
a
looks
good
like a
job.
piranha.
That looks like a fish. Good job, Russell. Thank you for sharing it with me. You guys are doing some real detail now, huh?
Look at this. Fish, revised edition.
What'd you give him, whiskers?
No.
What is that? But put it closer. Is that the fish hook?
Yes.
Oh no, and the worm?
I named mine Bob.
Bob.
the fish. I need to see Bob the fish.
Was that a name for us in Essentials, right? Didn't
Bobby
we
fish.
think Bob?
Sloan.
Yeah, he looks like a Bob. Yeah, Sloan. But I thought somebody was using Bob for something. Okay, very good. So remember I said that we're gonna need to start getting used to drawing, right? Good job, Shiloh. So this was taken from, good job, Kendall. Good job, Grant. Good job, Tally. You drew it in marker. That's awesome. So by next semester, if you guys kind of peruse through your guide at the end for science, and you'll see all of those detailed drawings we're going to be doing of the different body parts, I just want you to kind of get used to practicing your oils. So from here forward, I'm going to try to make time for us to practice with every seminar, just a little bit of drawing for whatever our next essay will be. So we kind of get used to drawing a little bit more. Drawing is kind of one of those things that you have to practice to get better at. And symmetry is everything, right? So you guys had lines in your brain where I have just open space. And so the lines really help you with symmetry too, right? So, okay, very good. So I have a question for you. On what day did God create fish and other sea creatures? Who remembers?
Is it 6?
Shiloh?
Is it 5
Mm-hmm.
or 4?
Any more takers? Kendall?
6.
5. Okay, let's turn to Genesis chapter 1, verses 20 through 21. Genesis chapter 1, verses 20 through 21. I actually have it here too, New King James Version. So you can read from your Bible, you can read from the screen, whichever you're most comfortable with. And let me get a reader. Grant.
Then God said, "Let the waters abound with an abundance of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the face of the firmament of the heavens." So God created sea creatures and everything living, and every living thing that moves, and with which the waters abounded according to their kind, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let birds multiply on the earth."
Okay, very good. Thank you, Grant. Okay, so I think, was that, who said day 5? Okay, very good. Do you guys know the little creation song? Day 5, God made bird and fish alive. Okay, so next week we're doing birds. And this week we're doing fish. So what's interesting about this verse is that, man, great sea creatures, that's a lot of different types of sea creatures, right? And I know some of you did sea creatures this week for your invertebrates. Somebody did a jellyfish. Who did a jellyfish? Yeah, so
You
that,
cannot underestimate my squid. It was amazing.
yes, and someone did a squid. Yeah, but those would be sea creatures, but we're going to talk about if they would be considered fish, right? So this verse helps us to know about the life that God created that lives in water. But this week, we're going to actually talk about fish. Very good. So, question for you. When you go to brainstorm for your research essays, what do you do? How do you do it? How do you come up with what you want to write about? Kendall.
I usually read the sources that mom got for me, and then I pick a topic from those that I like.
Okay, very good. Eden.
First, I see if I can find a way to relate dogs to it, and if I can't, then I find something else.
Okay. You already have a theme that you just kind of work all the subjects around, right? Good job, Eden. Anybody else? Shiloh, how do you go about picking your topic?
Sometimes I see the sources that I have, or try to find the things that I already know. And then if there's good information that I have, then I probably would pick something out of those.
Okay. So I'm hearing you mix a little bit of what you know with new things that you learn, and that's how you pick your topic. Okay, good job. How about you, Tally?
Well, first I think about the topic, and then I go through a list of things that are related to the topic. Then I go through that list and pick out what I want to do.
Okay, so would this be based on things that you already know or things that you're going to read and learn about? Questions you
What
might.
I'm going to read and learn about.
Okay, perfect. Who didn't I hear from? Simon. How do you go about picking your topic?
I just look up invertebrates, and they just say, here are some invertebrates, and I'm just like, that one's cooler than all the rest. Delete all the rest. There we go. That's mine.
Okay, very good. Russell, how do you come up with your topic for research?
I just do. I find a way.
But how? What is your process? That's what we're talking about now. So if you know this week you had to write on invertebrates, how do you come up with what to write about invertebrates? Do you?
Something that's tied to something of interest. Wait,
Okay.
Do we all have to write about invertebrates?
Yes, last week's topic was about invertebrates.
I cannot tell them that it's for the presentation. I think I wrote about something good.
Okay,
For the presentation.
okay. Grant, did you tell me yours? Okay,
I usually just try and find like a source that I think nobody else is gonna do, and that it's interesting to learn about.
okay, very good. So have you ever came up with a topic and then you didn't find very much information about it? And so you had to change your topic. Has that happened yet before? No, that hasn't happened yet. Okay, very good. So who remembers of 5 common topics? Right, we had to work on that in LTW this week, right? Who knows this cute little fish? Who knows where she's from?
That's Nemo.
Yes, I love this movie. Oh my goodness.
From Dory.
Yes. So every time I had to do my girl's hair, we would watch Nemo. We would either watch Nemo or Shark Tales. How many of you know the movie Shark Tales? Okay, so that's like one of my favorite cartoon movies ever. Like the music is good, and I think Sanaa was about, she had to be, I don't know, like 7, maybe 6 or 7. And Lola, who remembers Lola? The fish Lola. She was Angelina Jolie's character, and Sanaa would go around saying Lola like all the time. This little girl saying Lola all the time. But I love that movie. Okay. So we are going to go through almost like a process of brainstorming. So I want you guys to get real comfortable with using this 5 common topic tool, because I promise you, when you get comfortable with it, it's going to help you be able to come up with topics to write about, but it'll also help you be able to engage in conversation with people. And if you find that you have a hard time of just talking to people, the 5 common topics help you to ask questions. People always are good to answer questions, right? So if you ask them things that are pertinent to whatever topic you guys are talking about, not only will you learn, but now you find yourself engaging in conversation. So let's start it out with a fish. What's our working definition of what a fish is? What is a fish? Kendall.
Maybe a vertebrate that swims around in the water and breathes oxygen from the water.
Okay, that sounds good. I think there's some other key characteristics we might want to add to that. Let's think of some things that many fish have in common. I heard you say water is definitely necessary. Vertebrate is definitely necessary. What about like what fish have, part of their structure?
The fins and their scales.
Right, fins and scales. And then what about, are they cold-blooded, warm-blooded?
Oh,
Cold-blooded, right? We're not gonna find, will we find any warm-blooded fish in the water? Would that fit our definition? No, so here we go. Here's the definition I got from, it was some like Science Kids site. A limbless, cold-blooded vertebrate animal with gills and fins and living wholly in water. Is that a fair definition, you think? Okay, very good. So if this is our working definition, then what is not a fish? What are some things that are not a fish?
is a shark warm-blooded? Is that why it's not a fish?
Perhaps. That could be something worth checking out.
Are dolphins fish?
No, they're mammals.
Right, so we have to find out what characteristics do they have. This all would fit into, that would fit into comparison, right? When we're talking about the 5 common topics, right now we're in definition. So if we have a working definition of what a fish is, what is not a fish? That's what we're finding out, right? Those are the questions that we're asking. So is a shark a fish? Is a dolphin a fish? Was that the other one that someone said? So what are the characteristics of a fish? What did we say they were?
Cold-blooded, gills, fins.
Right, and vertebrate, right? A vertebrate animal, right? Okay, and so we already asked those questions. So remember, these are techniques that we use to brainstorm when you come up with a question. How easy is it in LTW when we come up with a question for you to start to answer it with possibilities? It's pretty easy, right? So if you come up with a question from your 5 common topics for research, then you'll have a bunch of possibilities to research. Okay, so we just did definition. Let's look at comparison. So we already talked about sharks and dolphins, comparing a shark to a dolphin. What does a shark have that a fish does not have?
Teeth.
Teeth? Are there some fish that have teeth? I seem to remember this really spooky one from the scary
There
movie.
are fish have teeth.
Yeah, I've had nightmares about those kind of fish.
Is a whale a fish?
Oh, good question. That's something to consider.
No, it's a mammal.
That would be under your comparison question.
A whale would just kind of be like a ginormous dolphin.
Ginormous. I love that, ginormous. Okay, how about sharks are special types of fish, known because their bodies are made out of cartilage instead of bones, like other fish. You know how I think it's in our foundations memory work, and we talked about, was it genus and phylums in science? Do you guys remember the classifications? Do you remember that? Who remembers the memory work for classifications? Go ahead and tell it to us, Grant.
Is it domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species?
Right, very good. So another thing to research would be, right, what's the domain for fish? And then all of these different types that fall under it, right? And then you compare it. What makes it a fish? What makes it not a fish? What makes it part of this species and makes it not part of this species? So for sharks, their species is called, let's see if I can say it right. Their classification is called elasmobranch. And stingrays and sawfish and skates. Who knows what a skate is? I don't even know what that is. So all of them fall in the same classification as sharks. So remember, we're using 5 common topics to come up with topics to write about. So what's another one? What's the next common topic? Who remembers? Definition, comparison, then what? Circumstance. What kind of things can we ask about fish and circumstance? What about their habitats, where they live? How could we ask a circumstance question based on habitat of fish? What is circumstance first? You should have practiced that this week, 5 common topics with your LTW, right? You had some questions in your LTW book on page 9 of your student workbook. So what are some questions that help us think about circumstance?
It says on a page I have on the back of one of my binders, it says, is issue possible or probable? Did actions elsewhere contribute to the action?
Okay, so for circumstance for science, I want you to think about what's happening right in your area and then what's happening outside of your area. So that could be questions like, what kind of fish are native to North America? Like our waters here on the East Coast. Or what fish are native to the West Coast? Are they the same? Are they different? Can they exist like close to shore? Are there any that, say it again, Russell?
I think they're the same.
You think they're the same? Okay, how's a way that we can know for certain if they're the same or different?
What's the question again?
We're talking about circumstance as it pertains to the habitats of fish, right? So it can be what is happening kind of in our area. So what fish are native to even Maryland? Like where would we go to find fish in Maryland? What waters are here?
Chesapeake Bay.
The Chesapeake Bay. Is the Chesapeake Bay clean?
Filthy.
So do we want to eat those fish? Yes, Grant. Oh my goodness. So my husband works for the part of the Park Service that's trying to clean the Chesapeake Bay. Let me tell you, that is a hard thing to do. It's not even clear. it's like brown. You can't see through it. That's scary to get in water like that. Let
That's how
alone,
they create the creature from the block of goo.
okay, let alone fish and then eat those fish. What other bodies of water would we find fish in Maryland?
Lakes,
Right? What
ponds.
lakes? There's one that starts with a P, I'm thinking.
Potomac River.
Yes, the Potomac. The Potomac. Is the Potomac clean?
No,
Hmm.
No.
So even to compare the fish that are found in the Potomac versus the fish that are found in the Chesapeake, and then why that is, that could be another topic, right? Just asking questions based on the 5 common topics. Okay, and what about the fish that are kind of extinct now? Why do you think fish would be extinct? What would be some reasons?
Pollution.
Okay, pollution. What else?
Because we're eating them.
Yes, people are eating them. That's what I was thinking. Because you know what fish I was getting ready to put on here in the middle instead of this cute little Nemo? I was about to put a fish on the plate with some little sauce on it.
Put a Nemo with a knife through it.
That might not have been such a good picture to try to get some inspiration from. I think Nemo, when I saw his eyes, he was giving me a lot of inspiration. But okay, so those are some questions that we can think about. Fish is living in virtually all aquatic habitats. So think about, even this week, you guys are going to get into the Caribbean, right? For your geography, for cartography. You're going to get into the Caribbean. Those waters are very different than our waters here. And what kind of fish are there versus the fish that are here, and why is that? Right? Some that may have been there at one time and now are extinct, and what are the reasons for that? We did say that people were eating them as one of them, but what other reasons could there be for them being extinct? Grant told us pollution. Any more reasons?
Sharks or other animals eating them.
Right. Right. So maybe just the natural flow of the way the ecosystem works. I was reading some things about how the government is really trying to save some fish that are kind of endangered species. So even maybe to think about what fish are endangered and why. I think I saw something about poaching. I'm not sure what poaching is. Does anyone know what poaching fish is? I feel like that's catching them with the knives, when you catch them with the knives. I'm not sure, but
But it was the way you
Poaching
cook
is
them.
like stealing.
me
It's
too.
like stealing fish from places.
Okay,
Like going into somewhere, catching fish, shoot, 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 leave.
okay. So similar to what they were doing with those cute little seals, the white baby seals. I think I've heard that term used with the seals before, because they're big money to, the fur traders and stuff. People pay a lot for those cute little seals. They're so cute. If their little faces, their eyes. Okay, so different species, right? Different species of fish, they adapt to different habitats. Some are at rocky shores, coral reefs, kelp forests. How many of you have traveled outside of the US? Okay, what areas? Name some areas that you've been to outside of the US.
Italy, Germany, France.
Okay, so what bodies of water are over there, Simon?
I don't even know.
English Channel.
Yeah,
Mediterranean.
the Mediterranean. So what kinds of fish would be over there? It might have something to do with whatever delicacies those cultures have as well, right? Who else? Where have you gone? Where have you
I
traveled?
think there are like blowfish.
England
That's
and
what I think.
Africa.
Okay, so what bodies of water are over there, Tally? I know Africa at the bottom, South South Africa, that's the Indian
Southern
Ocean. Right, Indian Ocean and
Atlantic.
Atlantic. And so one is warm and one is very cold. So what kind of fish would be in each body of water?
Warm blooded and cold blooded.
What did you say, Grant?
Warm blooded and cold blooded.
Right, warm blooded and cold. Well, what's our definition of fish?
Limbless, cold blooded vertebrate.
Right. So if we're looking at a warm blooded animal, then we have to ask, does it fit our definition of a fish? Okay, let's try another. How about relationship? So how do fish, sharks, and other sea creatures affect the things around it? How do these different sea creatures affect the things around it, the relationship? What about the land? What do they do for the land? Do they do
Well,
anything?
people can eat it. People can eat the fish. I
Yeah,
think that's one.
right. People can eat the fish. Do people eat shark? They
I
do?
don't think the shark will eat that.
People will eat anything.
Yes, they will. That's true.
Yeah, I caught 2 sharks one time.
Did you? Baby sharks?
Oh,
Please.
they were sand sharks, so they were small.
Like what size? Hold it up. That's not small, Grant. That's not small at all.
I would consider
A shark.
like a great white shark.
That's not small. To me, that's not small. So did it have like teeth where it could like eat you and bite you?
Yeah.
Okay, why were you fishing for sharks?
I wasn't fishing for them. We just caught them.
My goodness. Did you throw it back or did you keep it?
We could have kept it, but we threw it back. We did keep one time, and then
And what'd you do with them?
we ate it.
Did you really eat it? What did it taste like?
I didn't eat it.
Why?
I don't know. It just seems disgusting.
What did it smell like when it was cooking?
I don't know. I don't think I was there when they cooked it.
How big was the shark? Like,
He just did it with his hands. That's
let me
what
see.
that wasn't small. That
Let me see. I need to see. That is pretty big.
yeah, was it strong?
Well, the first one I caught, I got it on the hook, and then it broke the line.
Okay, so it was
We
pretty
didn't actually
strong.
get it in the boat. The second one we got in the boat, and I got to hold it and stuff.
Oh, that's crazy, Grant.
Did it try to like bite you?
I mean, it flopped around in the boat.
You caught it with a worm?
Squid.
A squid. Okay, so if you use squid as bait, you can catch shark. That's
You can also catch giant squids.
I
okay.
think that's also how a lot of people catch stingray.
Okay, so that's
I don't really know for sure.
all relationship questions, right? That has to do with the bait. So based on the type of bait that you use, what other things can you catch? So, oh, that's something. I hope I don't have nightmares about Grant catching a shark. All right. So what about in terms of how fish, how they affect just people? Like, are they detrimental or are they beneficial? Or are they both? Kendall? That thumbs up, what's that mean?
They're
Both?
good.
They're good, okay. Are there some that may be detrimental to people? Kendall?
Isn't there one that's like a lionfish or something that's invading the oceans
I don't know.
somewhere?
That'd be
I
great.
think it was farther south.
Have you guys seen Jaws?
I have. I think I talked about that on our first day together.
Yeah, well, the one guy who was on the ship, in the end, he gets eaten by the shark. But there was like this true story that they mentioned in there, and like the U.S. was like going on a big boat, and then the boat sunk, and like there was like 11,000 people, or yeah, 11. No, it was like 1,100 people on the boat, and they were all like floating on rafts, and like a lot of them died by like shark attacks.
Okay.
And like
What kind of questions could we come up with from that scenario?
like what kind of shark killed them, and how you could have maybe like attacked the shark to make it go away.
Okay. How about what drew the shark to the people? Like, was it sound? Was someone bleeding in the water? What was it that drew the sharks to the people? Because it wasn't like they just swam around them and went away. They attacked them. So did they feel threatened? You know, were they protecting something? Like, those are all questions that can help you come up with a topic for an essay, right? So that all would have to do with relationship. And then how about testimony? So what characteristics would kind of suggest that we know that, first of all, that fish are real, that they're here? I think we just read that in the Bible, right? That God created them. And then who's responsible for taking care of the sea creatures?
The aquarium.
Themselves.
I want you guys to turn to Genesis chapter 1
God.
and verse 26.
Us.
We'll see.
Us?
We'll see.
I keep telling you people, the aquarium.
What was the
aquarium.
reference again?
Genesis chapter 1 and verse 26.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Kendall, you want to read it for us?
Then God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over the livestock, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth."
So who's responsible for taking care of the sea creatures, which include the fish in the sea? Yes.
Us.
So if they're extinct, do we have a job to do to protect them?
Not all of us.
Yeah. I mean, did God say, did he specify like one person in particular, or did he say that man is responsible for taking care of the sea creatures and the birds of the air?
I said not all of us want to take care of the fish.
Right. We may not want to, but it doesn't take away our responsibility to, right? God has given us the responsibility to care for the things that he has given to us here. You know, all these things he created for man. You know, these beautiful birds, and we do birds next week, all the fish. We're definitely meant to eat some of them, but then we're also meant to take care of them too, right? And they're still kind of coming up with new ones that haven't been discovered yet. So that's like a whole nother thing to talk about. That could be another topic. What fish are like newly discovered fish, right? So this is just another way for you to brainstorm, you know, so that you actually have a method to brainstorming, because your methods that you use now are great, but as you get older into some other topic areas and you need to kind of refine your topics, your teachers and your professors are going to want you to refine your topics. And so you're going to need to have a process in mind to be able to do that. And this 5 common topics, I tell you, I use it all the time. And it's such a helpful tool. So I want you guys to really get comfortable with it. So I might quiz you sometime and say, well, what question does that fall under the 5 common topics, so that you kind of get used to using them. I want you to practice using them at home, practice using them out with your friends when you guys are having conversation. If they talk about something new, for example, I don't know anything about hockey, Towie, nothing. So a definition question for me would be what? What would be a definition question?
How do you play hockey?
How do you play? What else?
What are some rules?
What are some rules? What is it? How about we start there? What is it? Say I came from, I don't know, some island off the coast of Nicaragua, and I've never seen, I don't own a television, and I've never heard of hockey before. How would you explain to me what it is?
I would try and compare it to something they know.
Okay, very good. Very good. So there you go, using comparison, right? You take what's familiar and compare it to something unfamiliar to see the similarities and the differences. All of these things are tools for you to use for your brainstorming. Okay, guys, well, you got 3 minutes. Oh no, we're good. You hear that? Can you guys hear that when it goes off? Okay, it's lunchtime.
Wait, Grant, what kind of Nerf gun is that?
And should we be back?
What time is it? I think 12:30.
Okay, thank you.
12:30.
Grant, is that a Fortnite Nerf gun?
I'll see you guys in 30 minutes.
No.
No.
Miss Jamia.
I do own one. Even though I don't like Fortnite, I like Nerf guns, so. Hello? Hello?
That's your British accent, Simon.
Hello?
Did I hear a British accent there?
Oh, wait, what are you doing?
Okay. This is where you guys usually get to choose what you want to do after lunch.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Why do we not get an hour anymore?
Challenge level, you don't get an hour anymore. You get 30 minutes for all the challenge levels.
That's mean.
I think that's how it is in regular school too, though. I
No.
think they only get 30 minutes. When,
They get 30-minute recess and 30 minutes lunch.
no,
I think for elementary they get like recess and then like an hour lunch, and then like in middle school you get less time for lunch, and then like high school you don't even get recess or something like that.
yeah, recess usually stops in middle school. There's no more. You just get lunch. I could take a recess. I would enjoy recess as a mom.
Also, come on.
You guys after. You get to pick the last 3. What order you want to do it? What's the first one?
I say we go analogies, Latin, LTW.
You want to do analogies next? Really?
Yes.
Latin,
Do analogies last.
No,
Latin,
Usually,
do
LTW,
it last.
that's only because we can kind of whiz through that.
We always do it last. We gotta like change
We
it up.
should do Latin next.
we have a big one.
But what if we do Latinx and then LTW?
Yeah. Okay, that's pretty good.
Okay, is that the order? So Latin, analogies, and then yes? I forget that, so let me write it down.
Here's my reaction.
Latin, analogies, and
Oh, my kiddo.
okay.
1 sec. Can I be right back?
As long as it's quick.
Oh, you have it.
Let's see. Latin is next. Let me find it. You guys got to tell me, how did you work out Latin this week? Third declension is that beast. At least it is for me. Is it a beast for you guys?
Yeah.
Number more.
It says yes.
Latin is the hardest subject in the world. It takes so long.
So I feel like, I mean, do you feel like that it was kind of easy or hard up until third declension?
I think
It
it
was
was easier, but then it got
It's
harder because there was a lot
easier.
more work.
Okay. What made third declension hard?
Just it's too much work. I just refuse to do all that. It's not worth it.
What made third declension hard?
It's confusing.
Is
With
it
all those like the various, then that means there's like multiple different possibilities.
My opinion is just too much work, and I'm doing like half of the work, and it's still too much.
Okay. Well, aside from the amount of work, I'm looking for answers that have to do with what the challenge is with the actual work. So,
And there's nothing to be said, honestly, in my opinion.
it's helpful, Eden, for you to tell me that is the various endings. When it says various, I mean, when we were singing that song, did you realize it would be like that many various endings? I know I didn't.
I thought
I did.
various was the actual ending.
I went to practicum, so I did know.
Okay. Well, hopefully I've come up with some ways that has been very helpful for me to remember. So I plan to pass those on to you guys. And if you have anything to share with the group that is helping you to kind of get through learning those endings, I'm going to open it up for you guys to share. So let's go ahead and share my screen.
The chat, it's gone. No chat.
Okay, I'm going to need everybody to mute themselves for now. Okie dokie. Latin. So we're going to always review these questions. Over the summer, these questions I had, whoops. Sorry, Simon. Mute yourself, please. Over the summer, these questions that I'm asking you guys, I went through every single day. Every single morning, I went through these questions until I kind of got in there. So hopefully you'll start to see that you're gonna learn this stuff. And when you actually look at your Latin assignments, these questions are gonna help you be able to figure stuff out. It worked that way for me. So if you do it a little bit every day and we review them together in class, hopefully you'll find it helpful when you sit down in the week and go through your exercises. Okay, so what 4 things do Latin nouns have?
Gender, number, case, person.
Very good. How many Latin genders are there?
3.
3.
And what are they?
Masculine, feminine, neuter.
Very good. Tell me about the gender of first declension.
It's mostly
feminine.
feminine, except for one word.
Okay, in this case, except for one word, but what rule is that one word following? If the noun is typically masculine, right? So what is our masculine vocabulary word so far that we've learned for first declension?
Matai.
Right, so that's typically masculine, right? Sailors are typically masculine, so that's why it's masculine and gender. So that's a helpful rule to know because we have to know it for third declension, right? Okay, how many Latin numbers are there? And what are they?
2, singular, plural.
Very good. How many Latin noun cases?
7, but we're only studying 5.
Very good, and what are they?
First, second, third, fourth, fifth.
Noun cases.
Nominative, genitive, dative, ablative, accusative.
Okay, very good. Now, how many declensions?
5.
Shiloh, what are they? This is the hardest question of all of them.
First declension, second declension, third declension, fourth declension, and fifth declension.
Oh, so very good, very good. Okay. Oh, I didn't start my timer. You guys will tell me. Okay, what's that next one? How can you tell which declension a Latin noun belongs to?
Not a
Genitive singular ending.
Very good, Eden. How do we find the stem?
Take away the ending of the word.
Take away the ending of what?
The genitive singular.
singular.
Thank you, Tally. Of the genitive singular. Why is it important to know that? What do we know
Because
about?
there's stuff like lex. There's stuff like lex where it's x instead of g.
Right, because what do we know about the nominative singular for different declensions?
They're all different.
Right, so sometimes the spelling can vary. So for us to find the stem, it's the same for each declension. We have to go to the genitive singular of that word. Very good. How do you decline now?
You take away the genitive singular ending and you find what declension it occurs in.
Right, very good. Okay, so what is the difference between masculine and neuter nouns in second declension?
The nominative singular ending. It's for neuter instead of us, like that's for masculine.
Okay, very good. I'm gonna ask you guys to raise your hands, okay? I think Grant is stealing all the answers here. All right, which cases are Latin prepositions followed by? Kendall,
Accusative and ablative.
very good. And what are they? Which prepositions are with what?
Mind if I use the bathroom?
Sure, Russell, go ahead. Shiloh, you wanna try? So our prepositions are pack and post and cum and in. So I said pack. Proctor, proctor and post. I gave you a little hint there. So what goes with proctor and post? Pack is our helpful hint there, Shiloh. So P for our prepositions, post and proctor, and then ac for our noun case. You first? Okay, Towie.
Accusative.
Yes, very good. So pack is the way that we can remember that. And I think last week I talked about Pac-Man to see if any of you knew who Pac-Man was. Dating myself, but I think of Pac-Man when I think of proctor and post. And I know that it's the accusative case that I use with that. And so which ones do I use with the ablative case? Grant.
In and cum.
Very good. In and cum. Okay, how about this one? What are the case endings for the first declension? Did you guys get the little cheat sheet I sent you? I sent them out last Friday. This one? I sent you one for you to print. Okay. So what are the case endings for first declension? Eden.
I East I see.
Oh, I love that you sang it. That's so cute. All right. You know, I'm all about the songs. All right. So how can you tell if a noun belongs to the second declension? Grant.
Its genitive singular ends in east. E.
Yes, E. What ends in east?
Third declension.
Very good. Okay. What do we know about forms of the verb soon? Simon.
Me? Okay.
Has to do with
What do
location.
we know about it? It always goes at the start or at the end, right?
No, not quite. Does anyone want to help, Grant?
Or it goes before the word it modifies, right?
Isn't it a linking verb?
It is a linking verb. In terms of location, where do we find it?
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
All right, anywhere. That is the only verb that we'll find anywhere. Where do we find the other verbs?
At the end.
Yes, at the end. Very good. Okay, what do we know about Latin predicate nominatives? Kendall.
They have the same ending as the nominative.
Very good. And what else? One more thing that we know about them as it pertains to their relationship to the subject of the sentence. It's the same case, right? The subject and the predicate nominative will always be the same case. So I think in the Henley text, they call it predicate nouns, but it was ingenious that CC taught you predicate nominatives so that now you know easily what the case would be, right? Predicate nominative, oh, that's the nominative case. So easy. All right, so how can you tell if a noun belongs to third declension? I think Grant answered this one for us already. Tally.
I wasn't answering the question. I just had a note for Latin.
Okay.
I was doing Latin this week, and I was going through to try to memorize it better by going what Google Translate says and what the book says.
Mm-hmm.
And that Mary means virgin.
Oh, okay. Very good. That makes sense. That makes sense. The way that she got Jesus, right? That makes total sense. All right. Thanks for sharing that, Tally. Do you have the answer to this question for us?
By the genitive singular ending.
Right. What would it be? How would I know it's third declension?
East.
Yes. Very good. Right. East. Okay, and what are the third declension endings that we know so far? Grant.
Do you want all of the nominative endings or just the genitive to oblique?
You can say various for now, and we'll look at those specific ones. It's a lot of the various ones, right?
Yeah.
So you can just say various for now.
Various is ibis.
Very good. And we are going to look at those. We're going to get into the neuter next week because you guys should be learning the neuter next week. But there was quite a bit to learn about masculine and feminine this week, I would say. How do we determine the gender of a third declension noun? What do we look at?
Rules.
We look at the rules, but what case are we looking at?
Nominative.
Right, the nominative singular. And then based on that, we go to the rules. Okay, very good. So what do we know about nominative singular in the second declension? What does that tell us?
Whether it's masculine or neuter.
Right, so it tells us the gender also, right? So it's safe to say that nominative singular for second declension and third declension is what tells us the gender. We just have to know the rules after we look there, right? Okay, very good. Okay, appositives. Who remembers appositives? Okay, who can give me a definition of them? What are they? Eden.
And a positive is a noun or pronoun directly beside another, and noun that explains or identifies it.
Very good, and you sing. Give it to me, girl. I love it. I love it. So an appositive is a noun or a pronoun directly beside another noun that explains or identifies it. Very good. So how many of you are seeing now why essentials was so important to Latin? Are you seeing the connection and the relationship? Yes. So if you understand how to parse out your sentences in English, man, it helps so much in translating to Latin, right? Because then you just got to figure out the case, and then the gender, and then the ending, and then there you go, right? Okay, so in this example, we have Christ, the Son of God, is King. So which word would be our appositive?
Son.
Right, son. So in English, regular English, we may sometimes put this together, right? This title together, Son of God together. I feel like we've done examples in essentials before where we've put that as one title, like we didn't separate it, right? Whereas in Latin, it definitely would be separated. And so in English, when we parse this out, Christ is the subject, Son is the appositive, of God in English would be a prepositional phrase, right? And then is our linking verb, and King is our predicate nominative. So the pattern of this sentence is subject, I'll do it, subject, verb, linking, predicate nominative. Do you guys remember the little song? I'm still doing them at home. Okay, very good. So now we would diagram it this way. Son would be in parentheses right next to our subject. And this is the diagram for predicate nominative. Pattern sentence of God is the modifier of Christ and Son, right? So in Latin, now this same sentence, our rule states that an appositive agrees with its noun in case, and if possible, also in gender and number. So that's so important because depending on what the appositive is modifying, that will determine the case for us in Latin. So in this case, Christ is our subject. So our subject Christ for Latin, it would be the nominative, right? And so what is the declension of Christ? I meant to ask you that before I showed you the answer. That's okay.
Second declension.
Declension. And then so the ending for the nominative would be us. Right. So then what would the appositive be?
Us too.
It also would be a nominative ending. Filius would be our ending. Okay, so now for of God, what is that in Latin?
Genitive.
The genitive case. So how do I put that in Latin?
Dei.
Yes, Dei. The genitive case for God would be Dei. And then we have our linking verb there.
Est.
Right, how do I know it's est?
Because it is.
Because
are. Because it is.
so it's what number?
It's
What person and number?
singular
Right,
and it's third person.
right, third person singular, so it would be est. And then our last one, our predicate nominative King, what declension and what ending would that be?
Wouldn't that be nominative ending too?
Yeah.
Regnum.
Right. So what declension is king?
Second declension neuter.
Second declension?
Mm,
That's a newer vocab word. Yes, Eden. Third declension. Third declension. And what was our ending we were using?
it's Rex. Yeah.
Right. That looks like Wakanda, girl. You do that. Right? Isn't that is that the sign for Wakanda forever? Right? Yes. I was like, Eden, what are you doing? Wakanda forever. That has nothing to do with Latin. Okay, so Rex, X would be our ending for nominative singular. So our Latin sentence here would be, oh, your guess is as good as mine with this pronunciation. I'm gonna try though. Christus filius Dei est Rex. I wonder if I'm supposed to roll the R's in Latin. No? Okay, Rex. But is it Rex? Is it Rex? Okay, so here we have nominative, nominative, genitive, our linking verb for sum, and then nominative. I tell you, if we didn't know the rules, how hard would that be to translate? That'd be pretty hard, right? Okay, so now you guys try, write these in your brain. So you might need to parse it out first to figure out what role they're playing so you can determine the case. Russell, do you want to try to translate this on the screen? Are you speaking to me? I can't hear you. Simon, go ahead and translate this into your brain, okay?
Miss Jamia,
Yes.
I searched it and it said if there are more than one R's in a sentence, then you would roll the second R.
Okay, so how does that go? Well, you just would end up rolling. You mean if it begins with the R and then an R is somewhere else in the word?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or if it's like if Christians had two R's in it.
Okay. So then it would be Christians.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I gotta remember that. Because you know, you roll R's in Spanish. So I feel like the guy that I watched, that he said that he speaks Latin like Italian. And you roll R's in Italian, apparently. So
That's true.
when I follow his,
How do you roll R's?
Like this kind of like blowing air through your mouth while having your tongue go like up and down, and it kind of goes
yeah,
like regnum.
good job, Grant. We're gonna see the answers in a moment. Okay, good job, Eden. Just give me a thumbs up, you guys, when you're done. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Thank you, Eden. Thank you, Grant. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. All right, Kendall. You good, Simon? Was that a thumb on the side there? Okay. Russell, are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. You good, Towie? Okay, you're getting there. need to get me some Mike and Ike's after class today. Every once in a while, Miss Mia needs Mike and Ike's. If you ever need to think about a gift I like Mike and Ike's and Swedish fish. I eat them once in a while when I get a sweet tooth. Everything else I don't really like, so Swedish fish and Mike and Ike's. It has to be the original Mike and Ike's, not all these like new flavors that they came up with, the sours and the, I think they even got some new colors. It has to be the original Mike and Ike's.
You eat chocolate?
No,
Why not?
I don't really like it.
Why don't you like it? It's so good.
Yeah, I don't really like it. Don't like that. I don't like chocolate cake. I don't like chocolate ice cream.
Why not?
I just don't like the way it tastes.
Those are good though.
No.
What about white chocolate?
Too sweet. I can maybe take like a couple bites of it, but
Literally, Mike and Ike's are sweeter than chocolate.
I think so. I can't eat the whole box, so that's another thing. Like my kids joke me about this.
I can eat the whole box of Mike and Ike's, and I'm like maybe 20, 30 years younger than you.
Yeah, I can't. It's just because it's too sweet. I don't eat a lot of sweets, so then if I do, much of it makes my stomach hurt.
Uh-oh.
So are we good? Is everybody good to see?
Prepare the candy cannon.
I read the Latin R rolling wrong. You're supposed to roll it as long as it's not the first letter in the sentence. I mean the word.
Okay, so then Rex, we would not roll.
Yeah.
But Christians, we would roll. Praise, we would roll. Okay. Okay, so I feel like that's the way that the guy speaks the Italian. He said that the pronunciation is very similar to Italian. So, okay, so here is our labeling. So far, you guys see that? Subject, a plural subject. The transitive verb for praise. Christ is the direct object. The Son is our appositive, and then of God again is our prepositional phrase. So now with Christians, what declension is that? Uh-oh, I pressed it too soon. What declension is that?
Second declension.
Yes, that's the case.
Wait, what case? Nominative. Plural.
Nominative plural. Okay, so what is our, I think I have our direct object next. What's our direct object? What's the case for Christ? Oh, that was a movie. What's the case for Christ?
It's the opposite. No, accusative. Accusative.
Right, accusative. And then what declension is it?
Second declension.
Second declension. So my ending would be very good. Okay, next is our appositive. What's the declension for Son?
Second declension.
Second declension. And what case will we be using for this appositive?
Accusative.
Why are we using accusative?
Because Christ is accusative.
Very good. So what's the ending for the accusative case? Do you? Okay, so next we have our prep phrase. What would of God be in Latin?
Genitive.
Genitive. Shiloh, what declension is God?
Second.
Second declension. And what would our ending be for genitive? E. Very good. Oh, there it is. And there's our verb. I couldn't remember where I put that thing. So, okay, so what verb is this? What is the person and what is the number?
It's third person plural.
Very good. Third person plural. So I'm going to use that third person plural NT, right? So here's what it looks like in Latin. And our verb would be at the end. I probably should have a comma. No. Yeah, I should have a comma here after God, probably, because that's my apostrophe, filium. All right, very good. So now let's move on to expletives. How many of you remember doing expletives in essentials? Right, we never did them. So when they were introduced in Latin, I said, oh, expletives, wow, we never did those in essentials. Let me read up on them a little bit. So if I were to look at this sentence, there are dangers in Gaul. What's the subject of that sentence?
Dangers.
Dangers. How many of you initially thought the subject was there? You can be honest, I did. Very good, Kendall. You didn't think it was there, Towie? I did.
It told you that it was the subject. It said that dangers was the subject.
Yes, I mean, before you read that, would you honestly look at the sentence and think dangers was the subject?
I didn't really like work it out. I just looked at it and then read the little paragraph.
Yes. So in the case of that first sentence there are dangers. Quite honestly, I would have thought that there was the subject and that dangers would have been like a predicate nominative because of the verb are, right? How many of you would have kind of thought something similar? Yeah, I would have thought that, but that would totally be wrong. And I think it's because we're kind of used to seeing the pattern of a subject and then the verb and then whatever else, the direct object or the rest of the sentence. And our brains are kind of conditioned to seeing sentences like that. And so it tricks our brains when we see it written this way. There are dangers in Gaul, where sentences that begin with there are or there is, these are known as expletives. And we never learned about these in essentials. So they are not grammatically attached to the sentence. What other, what are they called? Something of speech. What are they called again?
What is what called?
Parts of speech. Why did that just escape me for a minute? What other parts of speech are not grammatically connected to the sentence?
Those things that you put on the top, on a line on the top, I forgot what they're called.
Right, what are they called? Oh, or wow.
Interjection.
Yes, interjections, very good. They are not grammatically attached to a sentence. So when you think of it in terms of that, they're like extra words. So if we were to kind of rewrite the sentence in the way that we're used to seeing it, then dangers would be the subject and it would look something like this. Dangers are in Gaul. And so then you would see that there is just an extra word. That's why they're called expletives. They actually, in the world of grammar, they're words that serve a function but have no meaning. No meaning at all. That's English for you because we only have them in English. We don't really, they don't really exist in other languages, right? So in the world of grammar, that's what it is for grammarians that speak English and want to dissect the English language. And so then what would the subject be in the next sentence? There is a king in Gaul.
King.
Right, king would be our subject. And this is how we would rewrite it if we were to write it in the way that our brains are conditioned to seeing it. So now let's look at it. Why do you think it's important for us to understand that dangers and king are the subjects of the sentence? Why is that important? Kendall.
So we can put the right endings on the words?
That's exactly right. In Latin, we have to determine the subject in order to determine the case and the appropriate noun endings, right? So if we were to think that there was the subject, we don't really have any vocabulary for that. So we would be lost. We're like, I don't know how to translate that, right? So let's look at it in Latin. So the expletives in Latin, whenever you see a sentence begins with est or sunt, est or sunt, it's often translated there is or there are. So those are those expletives there. So if this is the English with the expletives, there are dangers in Gaul, we would translate it this way: sunt pericula in Galliae. So sunt translated as there are. Pericula is the subject, so it has the subject nominative ending, and then our prepositional phrase in Galliae. Gallia, Galliae, something like that. So you guys try this one. You try this one. There is a king in Gaul. There is a king. I'm gonna try to say, Towie, I'm gonna try to say the answer with rolling my R's and stuff. I have to practice, although I don't think, no, I won't get to roll any R's this time.
Pericula.
Okay, Grant, I can't see that. We're gonna see the answer in a moment, and you can see. That looks right. Where's my glass? Okay, yes, very good. The answer's gonna pop up in a minute. Another minute. Okay, very good, Eden. It's gonna pop up in a minute. Hold tight for showing me your answers, guys. Let me know when everybody's done. Okay, good job. Shiloh, Towie, you good?
Rex and Gallia.
Simon, I'm asking you not to say it so that
Oh, sorry.
has a chance to write it down. Okay, are we good? It looks like everyone's looking at me. That means everybody's good, right? Okay. So a funny thing about my glasses, you guys that have glasses know. So this bottom part, can you see it? That's my bifocal, because Miss Jamia wears bifocals. When I tell you I'm blind, I'm really blind. But then this part is my far away, right? Nearsighted. The top part is my nearsighted, and then this part is my farsighted, or it could be reversed, I don't know. But I can't see my screen that well when I put my glasses on. So I have to take them off to see my screen. Okay, here's the answer. S, Rex, and Gallia. How many you got it right? Thumbs up. Okay, so whenever we see it start with est or sunt, we know that it's going to be the expletive for the translation in English, okay? Okay, I want us to get to this third declension. We got a little over 10 minutes. Okay, the third declension genitive singular ending is is. It's so important that we know that, because then, yes, Simon?
Can I go to the bathroom, please?
Can you wait till this seminar is over? We got a little over 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So yes, it's very important that we know that it's the third declension, because it gets real serious in third declension. We have to understand quite a few new rules and quite a few new endings, and I'm hoping to make some sense with that with you guys today. So again, our genitive singular ending is is. And so now we learn that our nominative singular endings for third declension, there is no model ending. That's why that various that Eden and I thought was the actual ending, it's not. It means that there are a lot more endings. And I'm so thankful for acronyms because let me tell you, it helps out so much. So how do we identify the gender? So first, we should be familiar with this because we learned it way back in first declension, right? That's how we understand the gender for, how'd you say it, Towie? Nautai? Nautai. Okay, for sailor. That's how we know the ending for sailor, and we know that the gender is masculine. First, we apply this rule first for anything in third declension. If we can't determine the gender by applying this rule, then we have to look at the nominative singular ending. If it ends in socks, see how I have it pink? That's for girls, pink girls. Although in Japan, when they have baby boys, they dress them in pink. So just not in Japan. So here in the US, well, I know lots of boys that wear pink. But anyway, pink is feminine. Socks, just think of socks. Is that the baseball team? Red Sox, right? Is that Red Sox? So socks is feminine. Error is masculine. So understand that this R in the middle is really just to help our acronym. Error is masculine. Socks is feminine. Error is masculine. And Lanket is neuter. So these.
What is Lanket? What does the word mean?
I don't know that it really means anything. I don't think it means anything. It's just a way for you to remember these endings. So if it ends in L, if it ends in A, if it ends in N, and they're individual letters. If it ends in C, if it ends in E, if it ends in T. With masculine, it's these two letters together. If it ends in ER or OR, together. And then for socks, they're individual letters. S, if it ends in O, if it ends in X. And we see some of these rules in our vocab, and we'll look at that in a minute. So we're not looking at the neuter yet because I want you to understand the feminine and masculine. So here are our endings, right? And we know that the nominative singular says various, and we have our rule. We would first apply the natural gender rule. And then if we can't apply that, then we apply the socks or the error to determine if it's masculine or feminine. And here's what that kind of would look like in our chart. So socks would be feminine, error would be masculine. So now we're gonna go through and figure out what gender and what declension these words are. And we're gonna go in order. So I'm gonna call on you based on our endings now, right? They're not all third declension. So I want you to look and try to determine what declension they are and then what gender they are. All right, the first one, we're looking at feminine or masculine. Okay, Lex and, is that Legis or Legis? Do they have soft G's in Latin?
Legis.
Legis.
Like geese.
Legis.
That's actually not true.
I'm not sure. So the Latin word for law, how about that? Is that feminine or masculine? Kendall, you want to try? What declension
Feminine,
first? What declension is it first?
third,
Third declension. And what is the gender?
feminine,
And how do we know?
because the nominative singular ends in X.
Very good, very good. Okay, next. Towie, you want to try the next one? Veritas, veritatis, which means truth. What declension is that?
Third declension,
Declension. And what's the gender?
masculine,
What makes you say it's masculine?
by the ending.
What are the masculine endings? Do you remember? nominative singular, it would be error, ER or OR. Is that our ending for our nominative singular ending? It is? Here's our ending right here. What ending is that?
Us.
Right, the ending is actually S. So when the ending is S, then what gender is it?
Feminine.
Yep, feminine. So truth is feminine. How beautiful is that? Just like wisdom is feminine. Remember, we learned that wisdom is feminine. Truth is feminine, wisdom is feminine. Hey, all right. Next one. Salus, salutis.
I also find that how it does that very annoying.
What?
Also, there's this thing, how it makes everything interesting and like graceful, feminine. It's not like I want to be graceful or something, but it's insulting.
I don't know that it's necessarily graceful. I don't know that we find truth and wisdom to be graceful. I don't know. But how about this next one? Salus and salutis. What declension first? Simon, you want to try? What declension? Unmute.
Third
declension. And what is the gender? So here's our ending right here. Just the S.
I think it's neuter, right? No, feminine.
It's feminine. So the S is our ending. So socks, remember socks, the S, the O, or the X would make it feminine. Okay, next up. Thank you, Simon. Dukes or deuces. Is it ducis? Is it soft C or hard C?
Excuse me, though, that's not exactly right because you take the stem, not the ending, because then everything genitive would be feminine in the third declension if there was an S.
So we find the stem by looking at the genitive.
Yes, which is salute, and then it's an E, so that's neuter.
Let me finish. So then you notice that the nominative singular endings are spelled different than the genitive endings. That's why you get the stem from the genitive singular ending. So the ending for the nominative is just the S. And so then you want to go by the rules. You would first apply the NGR, right, natural gender rule. And then after that, you would apply the SOX or the error or the Lanquette. In this case, I haven't introduced any neuter nouns to you yet because I want us to understand feminine and masculine first. So very good insight, Simon. But that's why it's so important that we get our stems from the genitive singular because the spellings now you see are different, right? All right, so our next one, number 4. Dukes and dukies. Leader. What is the declension? Kendall.
Third declension.
Third declension, and what's the gender?
Feminine.
Yes, feminine. Very good. How do we know?
Because it ends in X.
Yes, it ends in X.
Miss Jamia, I thought that one was either, right?
Oh, wait a minute. No, we had to apply the NGR first. Yeah, we had to apply the NGR first. So leaders, you have to think about the Romans in that time period. I know leaders now today, they could be feminine or masculine, right? But if we're thinking about the Roman Empire and the way that they would think about leadership, leaders back then were masculine. So this would be where we apply the NGR rule first. And so then it would not be feminine, it would be masculine.
Except they did have a feminine goddess of wisdom, so that's probably
I don't know about that. Does anyone else know about that?
Athena, Minerva, same thing.
Right. So I don't know if the actual leaders in terms of like the military was different than their whatever their spiritual leaders were. They may have treated that different. I don't know. But okay, what's this next one? Via and VA, road or way? Shiloh, what's that's a tongue twister for me. The declension. Let's get through this
First,
first. How do we know?
because of the ending.
Right. Which ending?
This, the plural or the
What's-
second word. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah,
What is that called? What case is that?
the genitive singular.
Right. The genitive singular ending ends in AE. So that's how we know it's first declension. Very good. And what is the gender?
Feminine.
Yes, feminine. Roads are feminine, girl. The roads are feminine. That's right. And it's just because the first declensions are feminine, right? There are a few exceptions, but most of them are feminine. The roads are feminine. Okay, how about this one? This next one, imperator or imperatrix? Grant, what declension is that?
It's third declension.
Third declension, and what's our gender?
Masculine,
Masculine, why?
because of the OR.
Well, really, before that, what's the first rule we apply?
The NGR.
Right, the natural gender rule. So the commanders in chiefs back then would have been masculine, but the OR would have also showed us that it was masculine. Very good. Okay. Next up, Luke's and Luke's. Kendall.
Third declension
Mm-hmm.
and feminine.
Yes, very good. Feminine. Okay, number 8. Tally, you want to try number 8?
It's third declension,
Mm-hmm. And what's the gender?
masculine.
Yeah, because it's a soldier. Very good. Okay, how about this next one, number 9? Russell, are you with us? Simon, please turn your camera on. Russell, turn your camera on, please. Shiloh, you want to try number 9?
Is it third declension?
It's third declension. And what's the gender?
Feminine,
Yep, how do we know?
because the ending is or ends with X.
Yep, ends with X. And how about this last one? Russell, can you do this last one for us? Are you froze? Oh, there you go. Russell. Populus or populus and populi, lie. What declension is that vocabulary word? Unmute.
Neuter?
No, it's not neuter. I haven't introduced those yet. So we would look at the ending here in the genitive singular, and it's a I.
Feminine?
What declension would it be?
I don't really know.
Okay, you want to get some help from your classmates. What declension ends in an Y for genitive singular? Grant,
Second declension.
right, second declension. And what gender is it?
Feminine. Wait, masculine.
How do we know?
It ends in us.
Right.
Singular.
It ends in us. So if we guess the wrong declension, then we can guess the wrong gender, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's important that we nail down the right declension. Very good. Okay, so neuter, we're just gonna be introduced to neuter this week because you guys will be working on neuter this coming week. But you see, it's a little bit different than our masculine and feminine third declension endings. So the various now is in the nominative and the accusative. And you'll see that they're going to always be the same. So again, the rules are you apply the NGR first, then you look and see about the softs, the error, and now for neuter, it's lanquette. Any of those letters individually can be the ending, and that would make it neuter. So whatever it is in the nominative singular, it will also be in the accusative singular. So when you're given your vocabulary words and you're given your two cases, right? Your nominative singular and your genitive singular, you already know that your accusative singular will be the same as your nominative singular if it's neuter. Okay, and here's what they look like side by side. So you see, what are your similarities? How are they the same? Kendall?
The plural, indirect object and object of the preposition are both ibis.
So from the genitive case, what is that? Genitive, dative, and ablative, they're the same, right? Plural. What else is the same? Genitive singular and dative singular is the same, and ablative singular. So here's what they look like side by side. So you should have been focused on third declension feminine and masculine this week. And now we're gonna look at the I stem. So these are all these new rules, and they're only with the third declension. I promise fourth declension and fifth declension are kind of easy, like first declension. I feel like first declension was probably the easiest one, right? Pretty easy. I was like, easy peasy, I could do this Latin. Okay, so the I stem are nouns that have an I before the UM in the genitive plural form. And it's always going to be in one of two cases. Either the stem will end in two consonants. So the third declension nouns whose noun stem ends in two consonants are called the I stem. And here's an example. Partis. This is our genitive singular, right? Our ending is the IS. We drop the IS to find the stem. The stem ends in two consonants. So now we know that in the genitive plural, we will add an I to the UM ending that's already there. The other case or the other rule is if the nominative singular and genitive singular have the same number of syllables. We would also use the I stem in that case. So here with K des, nominative singular, and K dis, nominative singular, the syllables are the same. So we would drop this IS, right? We have our stem of CAED, and then we would add the IUM for the genitive plural. And this is only, I know it's a lot of new rules for third declension, right? It's a lot of new rules. But if you are able to say them every day, you will start to see them when you're translating. So this only applies to third declension. And here's what it looks like in our endings. So then our genitive plural becomes that IUM for the I stem. And so here's what it looks like. The lex and legis is our regular male and feminine translation. When we looked at declining the nouns, our X here was our nominative singular ending that lets us know that it's feminine. And then here are all our endings that we're used to. And that was from rule number 57. But now with the I stem, when we look at this word here, pars or partis, when we drop that genitive ending and have the R and the T, we know that for the genitive plural, we're going to add that I-U-M. And let me tell you, if you just talk to yourself, I talk to myself when I'm doing Latin. Talk to yourself, and you'll start to see these little differences when you're translating. Am I the only one? Do you guys talk to yourself when you do your Latin? Sort of. It's not crazy. You think it's crazy to do that? No, it's not crazy. Okay. And here's what all three of them look like. So you guys are going to be working with all three of these this week. So if you print it out, the little cheat sheet I gave you, it has it on there. It doesn't have the various endings, but you could always kind of write that on the back. It just says various, but just so that you can see the differences in the way that you decline them. Seeing them side by side, you can now see the differences, right? Okay, so real quick, how can you tell if a noun belongs to the third declension? Kendall?
Its genitive singular will end in "-ese."
Very good. And how do we determine the gender in third declension? Simon? You got your
The gender, their endings for like if a stem ends in SOX, it's feminine. And if it ends in ER, OR, it's masculine, but you have to just do the obvious gender if there is one.
Okay, and then what's the neuter one?
Lanket.
Very good, Lanket. Very good, Simon. Okay, tell me about the I stem now. There's two cases that we use it. What's one case? Tell me one case that we use it. Grant, you want to try? Something about the stem. If the stem ends in what?
Two consonants.
Yes, if it ends in two consonants, what do we add an I to? What case?
Genitive plural.
Yes, genitive plural. So instead of UM, it will become IUM. What's the second case?
Is it like if the nominative and genitive singular have the same amount of syllables, then you add it.
Right. So it's a syllables case, and then it's a consonants case, if that helps. That's when you use the I stem, adding the I to the genitive plural case. Okay, we don't have time to try together today. So I'm hoping that this was helpful. And so as you guys tackle the neuter this coming week and you're introduced to it, that this hopefully kind of opened it up a little bit for you to be able to know the differences and the things that you have to apply. Okay, so you guys want a break or you want to press on?
A break.
15-minute break.
Break.
15-minute break. 15
Break.
Press
Break.
on. Break.
Like most of you want a break.
15 minutes, since we only did 5 last time.
15 minutes?
The
Simon,
last time we do for a break, the earlier we end.
I know. And the next one
Oh,
is,
we should press on and then we'll end early.
well, yeah, that's true too. Read
Get the
the next one. So, okay, how about a 5-minute break?
20.
Is that fair?
5.
Okay, 5-minute break.
5.
Oh,
So come back at 1:45. That gives you a little bit more than 5 minutes. It's like 7 minutes.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. See you in a bit. Let me pause. Give you guys an extra 2 minutes. And where is everybody? Okay, we're gonna start. Proverbs from around the world. I did start the record button, didn't I? That quick, I forgot. I think I did. Yes, I did, okay. Remember, we're gonna always open up with these different proverbs from around the world. So today, if you can live longer, live deeper. What's that mean? If you can live longer, live deeper. What do you think that means?
That life is short and that you should take every moment that you have and live it for God.
That's right. And you know, it's interesting when we know that our days are numbered, like for certain, like say your doctor told you that you have some illness and you have like 2 or 3 months to live, right? Then you are trying to make sure that you fix any broken relationships. You might have a bucket list of things that you've always wanted to accomplish in your life, right? And you try to seize every opportunity to just live your life in a way that's really meaningful. And this proverb is kind of helping us we should try to live like that despite not having our days numbered and not knowing when they're going to end, right? It makes life so much more full when we can do that. And that's our Italian proverb. How about this one? Arab proverb, do good and throw it in the sea. I was trying to look for a picture of somebody throwing something in the sea. Can you really throw good in the sea? Can you? No, but it's a saying, right? So what does that mean? Do good and throw it in the sea. There's a biblical principle there. What does the Bible say about doing good? Are we supposed to keep track of doing good for people? No, so how does that kind of relate to throwing it in the sea?
Like you do it and then you forget about it.
That's right. That's exactly right, Grant. It is just as simple as that. We're not doing it to try to be paid back good. We're just doing good because it's the right thing to do. And then you throw it in the sea, like you forget about it. That's exactly right. All right, this last one is our Indian proverb, where love reigns. Yes, Russell.
Sometimes sometimes you might want to get paid to do it, but you want to get paid to do good, but for most of the time you just should, whether you feel like it or not.
Right. Okay, there might be some instances where you might receive some rewards for doing good, but I think this proverb is helping us to see that it's not what we get for doing good, it's just to do good, right? And then you throw it in the sea. If you get some great things back, that's awesome. But the proverb is helping us to see that we just do good and then we forget about it. All right, so this last one, where love reigns, the impossible may be attained. What's that one? Rasul and Simon, can you put your cameras on, please? What's that one mean? Love, there's that love. That's where you guys put all your hearts up. Where love reigns, the impossible may be attained. Yay, thank you for those hearts. What's that one mean? Doesn't that one make you feel all warm and fuzzy? It does for me. What does that one mean? Eden, you want to try?
I think it means sort of like everyone's getting along. Maybe the impossible will happen or something like that.
Okay. I think about a child that a car is getting ready to come and hit that child in the middle of the street. What does a mother instinctively do?
Go and save the child.
Right. Is the mom usually saying, wait a minute, there's a car coming, like the car might hit me? Is a mom usually going to say that?
Yeah.
No. Usually,
Not really. Not really, yeah.
Say that. The first thing that a mom would do is to go and save her child, right? And so why would she do that?
Because she loves the child.
Right. She loves her or him. And so the impossible, right? Anybody else looking on might be like, oh my goodness, what is she doing? They're like, there's a Mack truck coming, or there's this coming, or this coming. What is she doing? But she doesn't see anything else except love. Like, I have got to save my child. And so I immediately thought of that picture. And look at this cute little picture of these two little people on the mountain. Which one do you think that goes with?
The one pulling the guy down the mountain.
Oh, is he helping? You think he's helping him, pulling him down the mountain? There's one little person is bigger than the other.
Yep.
Do you think that it's a good match to any of these three proverbs?
The last one,
Yeah, maybe so. Or maybe even the
or
second.
all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, he's helping. That could be what to him? A brother or a friend? It reminds me of Little House on the Prairie. I don't know why. I'm looking for the Ingalls and their little dog. Because that's right, all you guys have dogs except Russell, right?
I had a hamster.
Okay.
Yeah, this was hard.
We have a turtle. Does that count? All right, very good. So you see a word here. So the idea of these words for reasoning is as we read through Proverbs 25, we're going to come to kind of some vocabulary words that would be helpful if we knew what they mean as we read through Proverbs 25 every week. So we're going to come across this word today. So what would you say this word means? Have you heard it before? No? Yes, Kendall, what do you think it means? Reprove. Eden, what do you think it means?
I think it sort of means like correct. If they do something wrong, you tell them what it was, sort of.
Very good, very good. So actually the working definition that we have here, oh, you like that little movement there? Getting nice with my animation. It's a verb and it means to scold or correct, but look at how, usually gently or with kindly intent. So it looks a certain way when you're reproving someone. And so it also can mean to express disapproval of. And so if I were to add an R to this, how does that now change the word? It was a verb initially. What is it now? Callie, what is it now? It was a verb and I added an R. What does that make it?
An adjective?
Not quite. When we add R's to like,
Noun.
yes, I was trying to think of another example. Yes, it makes it a noun. So knowing our working definition, to scold or correct, usually gently or with kindly intent, that's what it means to reprove. So what do you think a reprover would be?
Someone who reproves.
Right. Although we don't use the same word in our working definition. But yes, it would be the person that reproves. And remember, it really looks a certain way. It's a gentle correction, right? I know that you guys appreciate a gentle correction, right? I know my kids appreciate a gentle correction. Are there times where you don't receive a gentle correction?
Yeah, like when I go.
Right. So what would make you not receive a gentle correction?
By screaming in somebody's face.
Okay. Yeah, you probably wouldn't receive a gentle correction doing that.
Whenever you make someone really angry and then they just take their anger out on you.
Okay. Yeah, that's not nice, but parents do that sometimes, don't they? They probably try not to, but yes. Or how about if it's like an emergency? Like you don't have time to do it nicey nice. Like if we use that same example of that child that's
That's the building because it was about to expire in 3 seconds. 1, 2.
okay, Simon. So that child that was in the middle of the street, you don't have time to say, come here, princess, come here. You got to get out there real fast and grab her and maybe even yell, get out the way, right? So that would be a time that you don't have time for it to be gentle and kindly, right? And that would be an approved time that you could do it that way, right? You guys think? Okay, so look at some of these synonyms. When I looked up synonyms, a reprover is someone who finds fault or imputes blame. So similar to our reprove, now we have a reprover. And here's an example of a sentence. Conscience is a bold reprover, right? Your conscience it tends to tell you when you're doing something wrong, right? It'll kind of season you as a reprover. But look at some of these synonyms when I looked them up. So you see, can I get a reader for some of these? Rasul, can you read these words on the screen for me, the ones in blue?
Reprove, rebuke, reprimand, admonish, reproach, chide, chastise.
Okay, thank you. And what does that mean? It means to do what? Russell, I lost you.
Fuss,
It means to the last part of the blue, after the equal sign.
what?
After the equal sign, you see that there? What does that say? Criticize.
Criticize adversely.
Yes, thank you. So does that sound like our definition of reprove?
Yes.
It does. These words that are underlined, right?
Yes.
The words that are underlined, all of them are synonyms, but the words that are underlined, has a little bit different how. Remember we said with reproof, the how was kindly and gently. With these words that are underlined, maybe even admonish or chide, now the how looks a little bit different. The how is to criticize adversely. So the how does not look like it would to reprove. It looks a little bit more harsh. So today we're going to actually talk about synonyms and how sometimes they might not mean exactly the same thing, but they mean something close to the same thing, right? So they both mean to correct in some kind of way, but now the word that you might want to use might tell you the how to correct. Okay, we just talked about that. Okay, so let's do our reading. Proverbs 25. We're going to look at verse 12. That has our word of the day. I think that's page 176. Yep. So I think, what are we on? Is it 3 verses? But wait, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 6 today. No, we have 7 today.
4 each.
4 each. Okay, thank you. So now today we can read 4 each. So Kendall, you want to start?
Okay. These also Proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah, copied out. It is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter. The heaven for height and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings is unsearchable. Take away the dross from the silver, and there shall come forth a vessel for the finer.
Okay, very good. Shiloh, 5 through 8.
Take away the wicked from before the king and his mother throne, and his throne shall be established in righteousness. Put not forth thyself in presence of the king, and stand not in the place of great men. For better it is that it be said unto thee, Come up hither, than that thou shouldest be in lower in the presence of the prince whom thy eyes have seen. Go not forth hastily to strive, lest thou know not what to do in the end thereof, when thy neighbor hath put thee to shame.
Very good. 9 through 12, Grant.
Debate thy cause with thy neighbor himself, and discover not a secret to another, lest that he heareth it put thee to shame, and thine infamy turn not away. A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in pictures of silver, as an earring of gold and an ornament of fine gold, so is a wise reprover upon an obedient ear.
Okay, very good. Tally, 13 through 16.
As the cold snow in the time of harvest, so is a faithful messenger to them that send him. For refresh the soul of his masters. Whoso boasteth himself for a false gift is like a cloud and wind without rain. By long forbearing is a prince of persuading, and a soft tongue breaketh the bone. Hast thou found honey? Eat so much as is sufficient for thee, lest thou be filled therewith and vomit it.
Okay, very good. Eden, so 17 through 20.
Withdraw thy foot from thy neighbor's house, lest he be weary of thee and so hate thee. A man that beareth false witness against his neighbor is a maul, and a sword, and a sharp arrow. Confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth and a foot out of joint. as he that taketh away a garment in cold weather, and as vinegar upon Nier, so is he that singeth song to a heavy heart.
Very good. Russell, 21 through 24.
Oh, 21 to 24.
21 through 24. Can you come closer so we can hear you? I can barely hear you and see your face.
The crucible for silver in the furnace for gold. People aren't tested by the praise, so you grind the fool. Wait, is this 20? Do I have wrong one?
Russell, can you come in camera, please? I can't see you.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I got it now.
I only see the ceiling. I don't see your face.
This has to be it.
Now, okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, I lost you. I don't have you now. I see
Yeah,
you again.
can't I just read it about the camera and try to fix it later?
Russell, I prefer to see you in camera because that's how we hear you the best and pick up your volume the best.
I'll try.
Okay, thank you. There we go. Oh, I lost you again.
You know what? Never mind. I'll just read. The crucible for silver and the furnace for gold. But people aren't tested by their praise, though you grind a fool in mortar, grinding them like grain of a pestle. You will not remove their folly from them. Wait, 21 to 20 what?
21 through 24.
Be sure you know the condition of your flocks. Give careful attention to your herds, for riches do not endure forever, and a crown is not secure for all generations. All right, I did it.
Thank you, Russell. Simon, can you read the last four for me, please? (25 through 28). Okay.
What page?
Have you not been following along with us all this time?
I have. It's just I never heard the page.
177 now is what we're on. So you might want to mark it in your book because we read this every time we meet.
Okay, here we go. As cold waters to a thirsty soul, so is good news from a far country. A righteous man falling down before the wicked is as a troubled fountain and a corrupt spring. It is not good to eat too much honey, so men who search for their own glory is not glory. He that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city broken down and without walls.
Okay, good job. Thanks, Simon. Okay, so our word of the day was in verse 12, reprover. Did you guys catch it? Yeah, who read that? Was that Grant that read it? Yeah, okay, so what does that verse mean? As an earring of gold and an ornament of fine gold, so is a wise reprover upon an obedient ear. So who remembers what our definition of reprover was?
To correct in a kind way.
Right, correct in a kind way. So what does this verse tell us then? A wise reprover. What is that?
like somebody who's good at improving, correcting kindly.
Okay, that first part of the verse, what are those? What do all of those things have in common? Earrings of gold, ornaments of fine gold. What do they have in common?
Gold.
Gold. What else?
High worth.
Say it
Jewelry.
again, Eden.
High worth.
Eye worth, you said?
No, high worth, like they're worth a lot.
Oh, okay, yes, they are worth a lot. What else could they be classified as?
Jewelry.
Jewelry. How about treasure? Right, that was pretty rare to have those types of things back then, right? What types of people would have had earrings of gold or ornaments of fine gold? What kind of people do you think may have had that back then?
Royalty?
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Maybe people of royal descent, especially being that in verse 1, he's talking about the king of Judah, right? The kingdom and things that were copied out. So if we were to kind of lump these into one group, we could lump them, I think some of you said jewelry, valuables. So it compares it to a wise reprover. So tell me more about that. How can fine jewelry or treasure be compared to a person who is able to find faults in people in a kind way? And then it says, upon an obedient ear, you can't forget that. How can that be valuable? Well, is an obedient ear valuable?
No.
Yes.
It's kind of valuable because you need to hear.
Okay, so why would it be valuable?
Because you have to hear.
Say it again, Russell, because why?
You have to hear.
You have to hear, yes. This is an obedient ear. So I think there's a difference in simply hearing versus an obedient ear. What does that mean, an obedient ear?
That
Well, you
Listen.
can listen. But
Okay, Shiloh, you had something?
Listen, not just to hear them, but like to pay attention and then understand what they're saying.
Right. So all of those words we talked about this morning, right? Being able to discern, like a wise reprover definitely can discern good from evil. And if they're able to have the treasure of being able to do that, and they speak to somebody who's ready to listen and ready to be obedient, like that's a very valuable thing, right? Okay, so that's a good verse to help us to see the value of a reprover. Do you guys have some reprovers in your lives?
nope, none.
Yeah, I think your parents are probably your reprovers, right? Maybe even some of you.
No, not even my parents.
Your parents, I'm sure your mom might say that a little different, Russell. Okay, very good, guys. All right, we're gonna play this game. Did you hear the hand clap? So I have a song. What's the password? What's the password? What's the password? What's the password? We're gonna play a game. So this is a game that has to do with the lesson today. How many of you are familiar with Taboo?
I am.
Okay, so I'm going to use some one-word clues to describe a word. You have to give me the password. When I hear the right word, I'll say, you got it. Okay, we'll do a few rounds.
Can you say like unlocked?
Oh, as you got it unlocked. Okay, if I remember, Grant, I'll try to. Okay, here's the first one. Presentation. Presidency. Debate.
Yes, yes.
Mouth.
We're supposed to guess what are we,
One word.
one word that
So the way I do it is all the words I say have to do with each other. So if you start to put them together, it might describe what I'm trying to get you to say, the word in question, the password, so that I can say unlock.
Can you say them again? I couldn't really hear you.
Say them again. Okay, I'll try. I think the first one was presentation. Presidency. Debate.
is it court?
No. Mouth.
Is it speaking? Talking?
Conversation.
Venting,
Quarreling?
speech,
Yes. Who said it? Unlock. Good job, Eden. Speech. Okay, let's try this one. Number knockout.
English,
6.
Math.
Numerals?
Sides.
Shape?
Dot.
Geometry.
Mathematician?
Uh,
wheels,
I don't know what else to say.
Math.
Essentials?
CC,
Dots.
Oils?
Circles. Black.
Multiplication.
Number knockout.
Math?
operations,
The infinite abyss of darkness.
3.
multiplication,
PEMDAS.
Monopoly.
Money?
game,
Addition.
Lamborghinis.
Trouble.
Dice?
Yes. Who said it? Unlock. I thought you would get it with number knockout and 6. You know, I couldn't say cube. I couldn't say throw. I couldn't say roll. I couldn't say any of that. Okay, let's try another one. Okay, let's see if you can get this one. I don't know if I'm good at these words. Okay, let's try. All right, Corona.
Coronavirus.
pandemic,
Mask.
Test.
The beer.
Professional.
Football
Doctor.
player.
Three?
Who said it? Unlock. Somebody said it.
Wait, what was the word?
Doctor.
Oh yeah, I said.
Yes.
Pepper.
Okay, let's try one more. Oh, my kids couldn't get this one yesterday. Let's see if you can get it. All right. Social media,
Facebook,
TikTok.
popular,
Twitter,
Instagram.
YouTube?
famous,
following,
YouTube?
Ninja.
famous,
Followers?
PewDiePie.
recorded.
Donald Trump is banning TikTok.
Video.
YouTube.
Is it Donald Trump is banning TikTok? Because that's true. And
Everywhere.
it's dumb.
Video.
TikTok.
Online class?
TikTok.
Zoom.
Online.
Recording. Everywhere.
Classical conversation.
Zoom.
Live.
Security.
FaceTime.
Internet.
Texting.
This is a hard one, I think. Social media, famous,
Internet.
internet.
Popular.
Popular. You give up with this one? This is a hard one.
Another. Is it a person?
Instagram. Is it a website?
Pardon?
Viral.
The
YouTube?
Celtics beat the Heat.
Trending.
No, the word is viral.
Oh,
So when I say everywhere, it went viral. That was a hard
What
one
went viral?
either. Okay, let's try another one since you guys didn't get that one. Okay. I don't know if I'm good at this one. Okay, I said I was gonna try this one with you guys. All right. Pass. Oh, I said a word I wasn't supposed to say. Gotta do a different one. Okay, let me try this one. Transportation,
Airplane.
bus.
Train.
pedestrian,
Taxi.
Walkway.
Bike.
Sidewalk.
kid,
Human.
Driveway.
Person.
path,
Overpass.
A bridge.
Bridge.
Traffic
spokes,
light.
spokes.
Bike.
Bike.
Motorbike.
Bicycle.
Yes, bicycle. Who said it? Unlock. Yes. Okay, very good. We're going to go on to our lesson now. So we didn't just play this game all willy-nilly. It has to do with our lesson today. But it's kind of fun, so maybe we can play it again.
Excuse me, Mr. Mia.
Yes.
Is reasoning gonna be an hour or no?
No, it's going to be 45 minutes because I need all the hour for LTW today. As much as we can get through.
What do you mean you need all the hour?
We have things that we have to add to LTW for you to learn for this week.
Wait, we have to have like a whole nother lesson after this?
Yes, Simon, we have 6 seminars, and what I don't want is for you to stop me after every seminar to ask how many. If you want to write down and check them
Yeah.
off the schedule, that would be helpful. Then you can see exactly what we have left.
But we
Okay.
have to, but that would end us at 4 and we're supposed to end at 3:30.
No, it's about to be 2:30. It's 2:21 right now.
Oh, so we just finished reasoning. Okay.
Right, we're gonna be finished reasoning shortly, if I can get. Okay, turn to page 49 in your reasoning books. We're gonna whiz through this. Much of it is review. I think the synonyms you guys are pretty familiar with. If anything, we're gonna jump to this pleonasm. How many of you have heard what that figure of speech is?
Nope.
Okay, so this is a new figure of speech that we're being introduced to. If I can turn to it here. All right. So under name and define, can I have a reader for pleonasm? Page 49. Tally, can you read for me, please? Under name and define terms, what pleonasm and synonym are.
Pleonasm, a figure of speech that uses intentional redundation
redundancy.
redundancy to emphasize a point or create humorous effect. Synonym, a word that means exactly the same or nearly the same thing to it as another word.
Okay, very good. So I think we knew with synonym, we talked about that with reprove today, right? Synonyms have similar meanings. And so I want us to spend the rest of our time on pleonasm. Go ahead and turn the page to 50, page 50. And so towards the middle of the page there, you should see where it says from analogy to figure of speech, pleonasm. You see that? Okay, so can I get a reader there for the first section? Kendall, can you read that for me, that first sentence, or first two sentences? Under synonyms can be used. Oh, unmute yourself, sweetie. You're muted. Unmute. Kendall, unmute. Can you read that first sentence for me, please? Synonyms can be used.
Synonyms can be used in a sentence to emphasize a point by repeating the idea or simply for humorous effect. In rhetoric, this figure of speech is known as pleonasm.
Very good. Okay, so we're going to get to the point of how we find this figure of speech or how we now practice it. So if you go to letter number A, you would consider the following examples of how to add pleonasm to a sentence. So first, you look at a sentence and then you choose a word. So for A, the music at the concert was too loud. So say we chose the word loud, okay? So then you identify the word to create the pleonasm. Our word is loud. Now we're gonna list some synonyms for the chosen word. So what synonyms can you think of that also kind of mean loud? They have some.
Noisy, thunderous, deafening.
Oh, you're so perfect, Eden. Yes. Noisy, thunderous, and deafening. So now we would rewrite the sentence and we would insert those synonyms along with the original word to create pleonasm. And so you see the sample sentence there. The music at the concert was thunderous, deafening, noisy, and loud. So it's basically choosing a word, identifying a word, now choosing synonyms, and then adding back in that original word and the synonyms. And they do that for emphasis or humorous effect. So let's try the next one, B. The tractor drove slowly down the road. So if we chose the word slowly, what are some synonyms for slowly?
Like a turtle.
Like a turtle. Okay.
Like a snail.
Like a snail.
Like a slug.
Like a slug. All right, very good.
An old woman.
We would rewrite our sentence with like a slug, like a snail, like a turtle. The tractor drove slowly down the road. Or maybe we would put those at the end. The tractor drove slowly down the road like a snail, turtle. What was the other one? Slug. Slug, okay. Okay, so you have some examples that you can practice there, but let's look at how to annotate pleonasm. If you drop down to pleonasm in action, we've been learning how to annotate each figure of speech, right? And so now with pleonasm, we just use our P's. We put a P over our synonyms and then we just draw arrows, as simple as that. And so in this example, it has the valiant hero displayed courage and bravery. So what are our synonyms in that sentence? Kendall.
Valiant, courage, and bravery.
Right, very good. And so we would just put P's over those words, and then we would draw arrows to each of them. And so quickly with the bridge boxes, remember in bridge boxes, whatever we put on the left has to always be on the right. It's a shared relationship. So we will never, ever have the case where there'll be two different relationships in the bridge boxes. They will always be the same. So in the case of synonyms or pleonasms, you would have to choose which one it is. And whatever is true for one has to be true for the other. Okay, so we actually don't have time to go through all of these. And we don't even have time to go through our sonnet today. So on page 52, you will practice annotating your pleonasm and synonyms. Actually, it doesn't tell us how to annotate synonyms. So it looks like you're just annotating pleonasms for your sonnet. So I would do that first before you do your at-home assignments, just so that you get practice annotating, okay? All right, we're moving on to LTW because I need my full time. Next week, we're doing antonyms and litotes, litotes. Okay, LTW, where are you at? Bum, 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 bum. Here we go. All right. So we are still working through Carry On, Mr. Bowditch. Was that my first page? Oh, yeah. And you should be reading through A Magician's Nephew now.
I didn't even get the book. Please don't give me any spoilers.
You can see if you have 2 more weeks, I think, right? This is week 2. This is going to be week 2. So you have 2 more weeks to get through the book.
Mr. Bodwich or?
Say it again, Russell.
Mr. Bodwich?
We'll be on Mr. Bodwich now for another 2 weeks. So you have 2 weeks to complete The Magician's Nephew.
Well, I don't really have The Magician's Nephew, so that's a problem.
Okay, talk to Mom about it. I'll talk to her too, okay?
I would recommend getting an ebook if you don't have it with your library card on Overdrive or Libby.
Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. That was a good suggestion. Okay, so who wants to share their Annie and issue? A few. Towie.
Mine were whether Nat should have put Lem on the guns.
Oh, that's a good one. All right. And what are a few of your A's and N's and I's? Maybe 2 of each.
What was the question?
A few of your reasons under your A, your N, and your I. Maybe 2 of each.
My affirmative was it helped him get jobs later, and it gave him skills. And my negative was he could have died, and he was young. And my interesting was that he picked it up really fast.
Okay, very good. Very good. Thanks, Towie. Okay, Grant.
Mine was whether Nat should have wrote a book on navigation.
Very good. Okay. And what are a couple A's?
One of them was he would have made a lot of money on the book because people would have bought it.
Mm-hmm.
He would have had a big house.
A big house. Okay. What are a couple N's?
It took a long time to write, and he could have spent more time with Polly instead.
Yeah, I think his wife would like that. Very good. Okay, how about you, Kendall? What's your issue?
Whether Nat should have taught the men navigation.
Okay, and what are a couple A's?
Him teaching Lem navigation saved his life.
Mhm.
Captain Prince liked to brag about it.
Okay, and what are a couple N's?
It took up a ton of his time,
Mhm.
and the world was against it.
Okay, very good. All right, Shiloh, what you got for me? Your issue.
Mine was whether or not should have been indentured.
Okay. Couple A's.
Hey, what do you know? That's mine as well.
Okay.
Rude.
I guess eventually he did write a book, and he was able to figure out more ways to navigate, easier ways.
Excuse me, can I go get my charger?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, may I use the bathroom?
Go ahead, Russell. And whether you're a couple N's, Shiloh.
And that a lot of his time was spent studying, and he could have spent time with his family.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't end up getting to go to the school that he wanted to
Okay.
at the right age.
Right. Okay. Eden, what you got for us? Your issue.
My issue was whether Lem should have tried to learn even if it was hard. And some of my A's were a possible promotion, and it would be good for his confidence. And some of my N's were he might get prideful, and he might get frustrated with his current job if he thinks he knows more interesting stuff.
Okay.
And some of my interestings were Lem was married and Nat has anger problems.
Okay. Okay, Grant, what you got for us? Did you go already? Okay, you went already. So Simon and Russell, are you guys there? Russell, I see a piece of your face. Yes, Grant.
Can I tell you some of my interesting?
Yes.
Some of my interesting ones were that Nat, he had a wife, his wife died, he got married, and his wife didn't die.
Okay, very good. Very good. So I'm happy to hear. I had to change our class Annie a little bit because Sanai was using my whiteboard and I didn't take a picture of our notes. So she erased it. So I said, oh no, you erased my work. Okay, not to worry. I was going to come up with another one. So I'm glad to hear that none of you picked the one that I chose, which is good because we need to look at it to kind of work through our example for this week. And I'll show it to you in a minute. So my issue as our class issue will be whether Polly should have married Nat. So it's good because I don't think I heard if any of you chose that. So we are in invention, or we were in invention last week, and we worked on our 5 common topics, right? So you should have been able to add more reasons to your A and your N based on doing this exercise. Did you guys find that helpful? Yes, so were you able to squeeze out 15 or more? Okay, perfect. All right, so now today we're gonna get into sorting. Now, I know that when I first did sorting with Sinai some years ago, I went cross-eyed trying to understand how to do it. But then I had someone explain it to me in a way that I understood. And hopefully this will make sense to you. How many of you have like a Spotify, or what's the other one that starts with a P?
Pandora.
Yeah, or Pandora. How many of you have like a playlist like that? And then, okay, so
I don't have a playlist, but I have it.
okay, and so now, if you have that overarching system, you have different genres of music. It could be jazz. I don't know if any of you listen to jazz. Any of you listen to jazz? No? Okay, so I'm jazz.
Oh, occasionally I do.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Somebody listens to jazz. So say you have your different genres of music. So say I have jazz, and then I might have R&B, and then I might have contemporary, right? These are three different genres of music. And then underneath that, I have my playlist of songs. So under jazz, I might have Coltrane and one of his songs. I don't know any titles of them. I just know Coltrane. And I might have like, I don't know, some really old jazz, like from Lena Horne or something like that, right? And then for my contemporary, I don't know, do they call it contemporary? I don't even know the music genres they call it, but say it's pop. Say I have pop.
I do a little more.
And then under pop, I have, I don't know, whatever pop songs there would be. I'd have a list of those. And then say I have R&B, and then I have a list of songs under that. So our sorting will kind of look like that. So if you look at my, let me stop sharing so you can, oh, can you see my board? No, I have to stop sharing for you to see my board. Stop sharing. Okay, can you see my board? Okay, so I have my issue whether Polly should have married Nat. Oh, you know what? I do have this. Let me pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up so you guys can see it better. Here we go. Okay.
I can't really see it.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up so you can see it better. Okay, can you guys see that? All right, so just in case you couldn't see my whiteboard that well, I wanted to pull it up. So there's our issue, whether Polly should have married Nat. And so here are all of our reasons, and I have 15. So I had gone through the 5 common topics as well to add more to my interesting and then move them over to my A or my N column. So now with sorting, now you want to go through your A and your N column, and you want to ask yourself, like, we're going to start in the A column. So my first one says perfect match. Now I'm going to share my board again. Hold on. Stop sharing, because I can't really do symbols on that. Okay, can you see my whiteboard? I write it in red.
I can't see the top.
Can't
The
see.
last thing I can see is she wants to.
Okay, so let's move it down.
Wait, Mr. Mir, could I see that screen share thing? I can't really actually see anything.
Okay, I can't keep it on that because in order to show you how this works, I need to be able to write.
Okay, but can I see it? Because then I can actually like tell what it's supposed to say, because I can't actually see that.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. So I'm in my A column right now. My issue is whether Polly should have married Nat. So my first reason is perfect match. Okay, so now my second reason is she wants to. So I ask myself, does she wants to have to do something with perfect match? Are they kind of related? Would you say yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So the symbol I'm going to choose is a circle. So I'm going to say yes, that has something to do with that. Okay, the next one. She always loved him. Does that have something to do with perfect match?
Yes.
Yes, so I'm going to put another O. She's human. Does that have something to do with perfect match?
Yeah, a little bit.
It does?
Yeah, because they're both human. So they match.
Okay. Okay, girls want to get married. Does that have something to do with perfect match?
No.
No, okay. How about sailors want a wife? Does that have something to do with perfect match?
No.
No. How about they're both stubborn?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll put a 0 there. How about they both loved Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay, I'll put a 0 there. How about to have a place to live?
No.
No. How about a blessing to Polly's aunt?
No.
How about Polly is supportive of Nat's goals?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Did I have some yeses there?
No.
Yes.
Yeah,
Wait,
we
can you
have,
say it again?
Yes.
Polly is supportive of Nat's goal. Does that have to do with a perfect match?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
0 there. How
what do you
about,
mean no, Green? What do you mean no?
how about companionship?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. How about Polly is understanding?
Yes.
No.
No, not really.
No.
Okay, so we'll say no for that one. How about Polly believes in that?
Yes.
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 Okay, so then we have all of our O's. So now I would go to she wants to, and I would do that all the way through again. And then I would go to she always loved him, and I would go through and I would pick a different symbol. So for the sake of our demo, let's pick a different symbol and see. Let's pick girls want to get married. I'm gonna go with a triangle there. So now I'm gonna start back at the beginning. Does perfect match have to do with girls want to get married?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, so that can take us to triangle also. Does girls want to get married have to do with she wants to?
Yes.
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 Okay. Girls want to get married
Wait, what is that?
with she always loved him.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, potato, no.
Girls want to get married have to do with she's human.
No. No. And no.
Okay, how about the next one? Does girls want to get married have to do with sailors want a wife?
No. No.
Yes.
No.
They're both stubborn.
Stop saying no, Grant. It's right. It's actually right.
No.
Sailors want to get married, and girls want to get married. So it's both. It's
The girls want to get married have to do with both are stubborn.
Yes. Yes. And yes.
what do you mean?
No.
Yes, and yes. That doesn't even make sense. That don't even make no sense.
No.
No.
You can't
Okay.
rage at me, and Grant's like, you can't rage at me. I'm just doing what you said.
Okay, I'm gonna need you guys to mute for a moment, okay? So I want to explain something to you about the way that this sorting works. Because this is a class, Annie, it kind of goes with whatever the majority wants, right? But obviously, when you do your own personal Annie, you are going to pick your own categories based on what you think go together. And it might not be what another student thinks go together. It doesn't matter because it's your paper, right?
Oh, I have a fun idea. Let's see what everybody thinks, and we'll write it all down. And then
We don't have time for that, Simon, if we want to
Aw.
one
And
time.
then we could see which is related though. It'd be fun.
So just know that you would do that with both the A side and the N side. And I know that it seems like a very tedious thing, but I want you to turn in your books. Let me see. I want you to turn to page 13 in your workbooks. It should say Essay 2, Arrangement B at the top. So just know on pages 10, 11, and 12, that is explaining to you the process that we just did, okay? So it'll take you step by step. And by the time you get to page 13, now
Yeah.
you're, yes.
So since we have this in our book, do we have to like write it down, or can we kind of just use the Annie that they already have in the book?
Okay, no, it's based on your Annie. Every worksheet that we do, Simon, will be based on whatever Annie you do for that particular book.
Okay.
Because you're writing a new essay for
Wait,
each.
also, are we always going to be doing the Annie charts for this year or
Yes.
no? Only,
Yes.
Only them, okay. Like the keyword outline for last.
Right, so it's a part of the process for LTW. It's how you brainstorm, what we talked about in research today. It's part of the invention canon. So by the time you get to page 13, now you're gathering information for your outline. So the goal this week is for you to finish your final outline and upload them to me so that I can see them. And I can see your proofs and your subproofs. Going through sorting helps you to get your proofs, right? Those are your reasons. And then your subproofs support your reasons. So if you look at your final outline on page 15, you see what that looks like, what your final outline will look like? So when we sort, like I said with the Pandora or the Spotify, your genre would be your main proof. So after we were to do all of A and all of N, then we circle our 3 best ones in both the A and the N. You circle your 3 top ones, and I had them, the directions written on the screen too. You select your 3 most compelling reasons and circle them. Those are going to be your main proofs. That'll be under your exposition C. Those are your main proofs. And then when you write your main proofs, you then write whatever the subproofs are that support those. So they would be all of the other choices in that particular column that had the same symbol as your main proof. Does that make sense? Okay, and so once you do that, you are starting to gather the information for your outline. So in section 2, where you see your main proofs and then your subproofs, that's what the sorting activity helps you to accomplish, to arrange your information in this outline. And then you would write your final essay from this outline. So the new step that we're doing this week for arrangement would be the sorting. Okay, we just did that. So let me show you one. Let's say.
Miss Jamia, are
Yeah.
we using the interesting column for anything yet?
Not yet. So you will, but not yet.
Okay.
Then what is it for, and why do we have to do it?
So as we grow in understanding LTW, you will see how the interesting column will help you. So you already see that when you added more things to your interesting column doing the 5 common topics, that gave you more reasons to add to your A and your N. So remember the Annie, the whole point of the Annie is to come up with reasons to support an argument. And sometimes we just can't think of every reason. You want to try to exhaust all the reasons so that you know both sides of the issue. And this process is going to be helpful to you next year when you get into the debate. Just think about, like, if you were arguing with someone or you went to mock trial and you have the defense side and then you have the opposing side, the only way that you can properly defend your client is to kind of know what the opposing side is going to come at you with, right? To understand what their argument would be. What an ante does is help you to look at both sides of the argument. And the interesting column, over time, as we add more to the different canons, the 3 different canons, you'll start to see even more reasons that you didn't even think about before based on the process of the LTW process. So it's a very helpful tool. So remember that the goal is for you to get to your outline this week, and I'm going to provide a folder for you to upload into the Google Docs again. So let me just show you this. I think we're probably going to get out of here in about 10 more minutes, unless you don't want to, unless you want to stay on with me till 3:30. Okay, let's look at this a little bit more. Make sure you guys understand it. Okay, so here's all of our reasons, right? So now say I had all my symbols here. If I do a edit, say all my symbols here were, is this my edit? I can't add any shapes in this thing. No, it doesn't let me add shapes. Say for now, I have my circles. My group name would have gone here. So say the first one was, what's a good title for the ones that are perfect match? Perfect match, let me write the choices first. Whoops. Perfect match. She wants to. She always loved him. She's human. Let's say both loved Elizabeth. Okay, so this would have been, of course, after I circled my 3 most compelling, right? So looking at these all have to relate to each other. What could be a title for this group?
Why? But Mr. Mia, I mean, technically, in the book, if it were me, that they both loved Elizabeth would probably be like, I shouldn't marry him.
Okay, so then your Annie would look different than mine, right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, that's okay. So if I were to think of how these all relate to one another, what's a good title for this particular group?
Why Polly and Nat should get married.
Okay, so it probably wouldn't be a long sentence. It might be something like
Polly and Nat should get married then?
Okay, where's my little eraser? I don't know where my eraser is. Oh, there's what I do. Okay. Okay, what if I write compatibility? Compatibility. Do you guys know what that means? So compatible means you get along with somebody, right? So these all probably, they all would have that in common, would you say? So this is where you're gonna use kind of your 5 common topics to determine what is similar about each of these so that you can come up with a way to name the group. So remember how I likened it to our songs on a playlist. all of these reasons that had the same symbol would be my songs. This would be my genre, a main title that describes all of these. So this one, for instance, is compatibility. And so these would be my reasons. Then I would choose just 3 of these at the end of that. After I've done my whole column and chose a side and did this however many times that I needed to for the number of groups that I have, I would choose 3, the 3 best ones, and then I would write all of the reasons under that title, and then I would choose 3 for my subproofs. I would circle the 3 that would go into my main outline. And now we would see our outlines have those as our supporting proofs in the 2 section under proof. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. So I'm excited to see what you guys come up with for your reasons. Now you should really start to kind of see when we get to the essay next week, you should start to now see what a persuasive paper is going to start to look like. Because now you're starting to choose reasons and proofs and subproofs and support proofs and all of that. You'll start to see it grow. So you guys have any questions about the process from the book? Okay, so I don't know how many of you are writing in your workbooks. How many of you are writing inside your workbooks?
Right now?
Right, are you writing in your workbook, Russell?
Wait, right now or?
Not right now. Some parents might choose for their students not to write in the workbook because you're going to use it for 2 more years.
Okay.
So if you're writing in the workbook, then you can go ahead and just write in the templates that they have provided for you. But if you're not writing in the workbook, then it would be good for you to circle your choices on your Annie, write your symbols on your Annie, and then just write it on a piece of paper in your group form, just like they have on page 11. Your group names, and then your subgroups under that. I only want you to upload for me your outline. That's all that I want to see, unless you're having a challenge with how to sort. So definitely contact me if you're having some issues with how to sort. Okay?
Yes.
All right. You guys have any more questions about this week? All right, I think we're gonna end like a whole 30 minutes early, you guys.
I'm free.
Let me make sure. Stop share. Let me see if there's anything else. We did the class demonstration. Yep, that's it. That's all we got. 30 minutes.
Freedom.
Okay, guys, so you have a good weekend, and I look forward to your papers.
I'm free.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.